Speedrunning BRM5, solo or the task, the objectives. I guess it was just done in a day, half of a day, I guess. Still better than no. Great. Let's see how far I can go today. This supposed to be attempt number 3, I guess. Um, yes, so. Oh, this is why it's lagging. What the? Oh, um, Does it make it any better? I don't know. It feels like it. Let's see how far can I go with it. The game's freezing like hell, even though I actually restarted it. Hold the night.
think
Hello
someone
các
just
bạn
got
chị
hit.
Ăn cơm chưa?
Rồi ạ.
If only I had a strawberry matcha right now.
Such a beautiful day.
By the way, I would glad if someone actually
I wish I could sit down.
have better Roblox optimization devices application. Maybe just once. Well, I really need that. So if someone has it, then thanks. If you guys tell me.
I'm so lucky I'm on the day shift.
Oh, that's why.
It's such a nice day.
Such a beautiful day.
Too good to be true.
It's such a nice day.
Lucky I'm on the day shift. A grab brew would be so good right now. Help! I'm down!
That should do the work. Guess has a trade-off with the fact that this mission looks harder than I expected.
legs are starting to hurt.
I'm gonna fall asleep at this rate. If only I had a strawberry matcha right now.
I could really go for a grab brew right now.
What a beautiful day.
Well, that sucks.
Such a nice day.
Contact front! HQ, come in. We got intruders. Send back up.
Thank goodness.
What a beautiful day. I'm gonna fall asleep at this rate. Anyone there? If only I had a strawberry matcha right now.
What's making that sound? Man, my legs are starting to hurt.
Only 4 more hours on my shift?
I'm gonna go check on that guy. When is that shift over? Be prepared, they're close to us! Base, we need reinforcements. Something's not right. I could really go for a grab brew right now.
Can I? Oh.
I'm gonna fall asleep at this rate.
I thought I just saw something. When is that shift over?
Only 4 more hours on my shift?
There's one right there! Base, we're under attack. Multiple gunshots heard.
What's making that that sound?
Oh, come on! Needless to say that why is my laptop keep performing fucking poorly? Oh my goodness. It's so bad. It's just so bad. What is this? I swear to God, when I'm done with this Kozlovka, you just have to go have your lunch. Well, I guess it does not working, so
hear gunshots. HQ, come in. We got intruders.
I think someone just got hit. I think I hear gunshots. Such a beautiful day. Reinforcements. Something's not right.
Did anyone else see that guy fall?
Everyone get ready. HQ, come in. We've got intruders. I'm so lucky I'm on the day shift.
At least the sunrises are good here.
Lucky I'm on the day shift. A grab brew would be so good right now.
I wish I wasn't here.
I could definitely stay here for the sunrises.
What's so special about this island anyway?
Such a beautiful day.
They'll never survive this day, right?
What was that noise?
Nice day, isn't it?
I'm so tired of standing around.
If only I had a strawberry matcha right now. What's making that sound?
Can something exciting happen?
Man tôi lười đánh nhau nó qua.
I wish I wasn't here. I heard something.
Yes, you never see it coming.
Man, my legs are starting to hurt.
So boring these days. Are they ever gonna attack us? Wish someone would get me a Nah burger.
I'm shot!
Not a very bright idea to do that. Maybe I should reset now. to the work. Yes.
I would at least buy it so it looks cool. It looks like garbage because it's AI generated. It literally has no character. It has no soul. And with that, things have gotten sort of out of control because, for one, they are using AI. It is a fact. They are using AI, and they haven't removed it. Now, the problem with this is that their game is also listed on Steam, and you know how Valve is when you use AI, is that you have to disclose it. Otherwise, you might be hooked. And Gaijin is not disclosing it. They're actively selling products within the game and on Steam's platform containing AI-generated content. Gaijin doesn't want to admit it because they don't want to be wrong or admit they got scammed by third parties. So, for one, I would just say change the fucking skins or actually put it in your store page. You're gonna get screwed over by Valve. I'm telling you. This is just not even coming from a player, which is annoying. Like, seriously, not being honest with your practices and monetization will screw you over. It's just simple as that. Anyway, sorry for the yap. I'm trying not to make this too long and I'm trying to bring more attention to this. Also, please, people, don't spread misinformation and lies. Try to speak about the actual issues at hand, because starting to yap about some unnecessary stuff about like, oh, this station is better than the other because so and so. No. Stay on point. We have an issue at hand. We need to tell Gaijin this is a fucking problem, or nothing will change. If you mix in misinformation or just straight up conspiracies, they'll deny everything and say, oh, you're just crazy because you're saying this blatantly crazy stuff, and then the problem never gets fixed. I see this over and over again. So please, guys, if you leave a negative review or if you want to express your negative feelings of this game, make it constructive, stay professional, and make sure people know about it so we can get things fixed, because I genuinely care about the game. I genuinely do. But I can't play the game if it's boring, if it's crap, if there's AI. This is gonna kill the game. I'm telling you, no one's gonna play a game like this. I'm scary. Please, Gaijin, understand. Please, fix the game. Please. Well, anyway, sorry for the yap. I hope you guys know more about the situation, a bit more from my perspective than else. Easy funding, access to weapons, vehicles, sets, and personnel. color grading in war games. How is Africa or the Middle East frequently portrayed on the screen, often through warm, yellow and orange tones that create an impression of heat, dust, age and instability? How are countries such as the US or the UK often portrayed through cooler blue tones that can evoke ideas of cleanliness, order and technological advancement? These visual choices may seem insignificant, but repeated exposure can create unconscious associations. Over time, audience begin to connect certain regions with particular characteristics without ever being directly told to do so. Because propaganda is an incredibly effective tool in shaping our perceptions through subtle bias. This process becomes especially noticeable in military shooters, where the narrative of these games often revolves around the same common enemy. No matter which fictional shooter I chose, the enemy was either the ruthless Russian operative, the radical Middle Eastern extremist, or the violent South American gangster. I even found that Modern Warfare 2 somehow had a team up between Russia, Iran, and I'm not even joking, the cartel. Think about how ridiculous that is. Why would a terrorist organization team up with a Mexican cartel? The writers were literally smoking that propaganda pack. Well, these characters are fictional. They repeatedly place certain groups in the role of the antagonist, failing to consider that mostly everyone living in these places are ordinary individuals with normal lives. The main reason for wanting to reinforce these common enemies is because these groups are strategic opponents to Western governments. The US has been in turmoil with all of these nations and groups for decades. Therefore, the propaganda is in place to reinforce the idea that these groups are still the enemy, and any action the state takes against them is justified. But it is in combination with this next idea that makes this form of propaganda so dangerous and unethical.
Oh, come on!
Traditional military recruitment methods have notably become less effective with younger generations, with stats across the majority of countries declining in new enrollments. That is why Operation Call to Service and the influence of war games were started.
Was broaden, deepen the understanding of what it is to be a soldier and what it is to be in the U.S. Army.
Use games to normalize the army and make service feel familiar and socially cool. Players learn military technology, adopt military roles, work with military hierarchies, and spend hundreds of hours engaging with military objectives. Over time, the military becomes familiar. This is a subtle but powerful form of influence. Rather than directly persuading someone to enlist, games can normalize the military culture. And the military has doubled down on this aspect, often appearing at gaming conventions, running a 24/7 Twitch stream, and partnering with FPS titles and making themselves present to young children. It really is the obsession to recruit adolescents, and this can be seen even clearer through the gamification of these games make war look and feel fun. Military shooters frequently focus on excitement, aggression systems, and heroic actions while sidelining the dark realities of conflict. This can be seen more clearly than in Battlefield 1. The game's setting is World War I, humanity's darkest war, where up to 20 million people lost their lives. Even grasping what a World War I
wish I could
soldier
sit
went
down.
through can instantly tell you that there is no entertainment in that. But when the Battlefield 1 trailer dropped, it was a complete contrast to the realities of World War
Be
I.
prepared. They're close to our position. HQ, come in. We've got it.
To this day, there has not been a more popular cinematic trailer of a video game ever, which is quite ironic. One trailer is all it took to turn mankind's lowest periods into entertainment. Now, of course, games are meant to be fun, but a World War I shooter can still be fun without glorifying propaganda that war is
hard to
epic
stand
or
around.
some sort of hero fantasy. And it's the worrying standard for all military shooters. No matter which one you select to play, you are the super soldier, and getting as many kills as possible and feeling invincible is all part of the gameplay loop. Kill,
Only 4 more hours on my shift.
Military consultants working with game studios understand that repeated exposure shapes perception. If players experience it primarily as entertainment, they will begin to internalize a version of conflict that is more glamorous than reality. Developing a mindset
Wish someone would get me an arm.
that will inevitably aid recruitment and integration once they join. The extent of the blurring of entertainment and warfare can be seen in real military technology. In 2007, it was released by WikiLeaks under the title Coalition Murder, showed a US helicopter attack that killed 2 British journalists and several
gonna fall
civilians.
asleep at
Many
this
viewers
rate.
noticed how closely the imagery resembled the visuals of a video game, crosshairs, targeting systems, and detached first-person perspective. And as military technology evolved, some control systems began adopting interfaces similar to people raised in modern games. Ubisoft's Ghost Recon producer Stuart White recalled being shocked when he encountered a military Humvee equipped with a remotely operated weapon, station controlled using an Xbox 360 controller. He asked why. The reasoning was simple. The entire generation already understood how to use it. By desensitizing your future recruits to the realities of war, its horrors, the perfect soldier. Propaganda is problematic in all games because it's being exposed to adolescents
Really, I
and
had a
children,
strawberry matcha right now.
impressionable members of society who seek purpose, guidance, and can be easily manipulated. And for the majority, it is being done without their consent and actual understanding of the subliminal consequences. So how is the military government able to do this legally? This company is not viable for the propaganda is generally not illegal in any country.
You gotta fall
It
asleep
becomes
at this
illegal in
rate.
the US and UK if it's shaped by extremist activity, hate speech, disinformation, or foreign interference. And if we think about it logically, if a nation wanted to use propaganda, it would make it legal for itself. Political persuasion is vital to the nation's health, and in part, propaganda is a tool for that. But what I did find was that there is some protection against propaganda. Article 20 of the International Public, Civil and Political Rights states that any propaganda for war
So
shall be
boring these
prohibited
days.
by law.
Are they ever gonna
What is
attack us?
meant by how far does that stretch? What I mean is that it's obvious if a nation posts propaganda to rally troops to attack another nation. That would fall under this definition clearly. But if a government consulted on a game
I wish I could sit
decided
down.
its own propaganda game, that would fall under it? Probably not. At the moment, there is no clear international law that bars you from making a propaganda game. Even if that game is or influences young children to be ready for it, which is that is still all legal.
I'm so tired of
That's
standing
also
around.
The outcome of the Supreme Court case Brown v. Entertainment Merchants Association in 2011. It ruled that video games are protected speech under the First Amendment, meaning even violent or ideological themed games are treated legally like films or books. So a propaganda game is protected as free speech, and we saw exactly that in 2014. Manny Mariga sued Activision for using his name and likeness without permission, portraying him as an enemy of the state. Mariga was the former military dictator of Panama, ruling from the 1980s until 1989's U.S. invasion that removed him from power. It was an operation that received mixed criticism, a parallel to the one mentioned earlier. Mariga featured in Black Ops 2 as a corrupt military leader and cartel-style broker. That portrayal was clearly used to frame him in a certain way. The case was ultimately dismissed because games are protected as free speech under the First Amendment. Even if a state was somehow found guilty under international law, the consequences are practically non-existent. It gives non-binding views or recommendations that a nation can choose to enforce, because that is a little more than a slap on the wrist. If Russia or America wanted to drop a full propaganda war campaign, essentially nobody's coming for them. The nation comes first. So propaganda in all games is illegal. Does that mean it's justified? From a political perspective, many governments would argue yes. While much of this discussion has focused on the US and the UK, they are far from the only nation to recognize the influence of video games. Russia has invested heavily in video games as a vehicle for patriotic and ideological messaging. China tightly regulates the games released within its borders while encouraging titles that align with states' interests. Other countries have adopted their own approaches, recognizing that games like films and television before them can shape public opinion. Whether democratic or authoritarian, many governments understand the same basic principle. Whatever shapes the story often shapes public perception. If one country chooses to stop using games to influence public opinion, it wouldn't stop other nations from doing the same. It would simply leave them speaking while the other remains silent. From the perspective of national security, that's a difficult risk to justify. The words propaganda has become something of an information arms race. No government wants to decide if it believes the rivals will continue shaping public opinion. That doesn't necessarily make the practice morally right, but it does help justify why states continue to use it. The main point of video games will always be entertainment. I have no problem with games portraying war, gamifying it, or even making false narratives, because at the end of the day, they are just games. But I had some hope that these decisions were being made without the heavy influence of propaganda. I agree with the law's approach that games that deliver propaganda should still be considered as art and a form of free speech. I think those concepts should continue to be protected. So when I made this video, well, I still think it's important to understand what exactly we are playing, the underlying messaging we are forced to consume, and the constant manipulation of our thoughts. If a game has propaganda within it, the developer should be confident to label it as such. I mean, it's legal, right? But they still don't. Why? Because they know the inclusion of propaganda in video games is morally wrong and unethical. And I find it completely ironic that within the current legal landscape, if a piece of media contains
wasn't originally planning on throwing my hat into this ongoing dumpster fire, but because of the feedback I've been receiving from my community lately, I've decided to share my 2 cents on the War Thunder is dying of sloth controversy. I'm sure almost all of you are aware of this by now, but for the few of you who aren't, recently the Codmine Man, one of the largest War Thunder content creators on the platform, released a video which, to massively oversimplify, basically lays out the argument that War Thunder is dying as a result of laziness on the part of Gaijin, and that there urgently needs to be enforced correction to get things back on track. While I agree with most of what's in that video, there are a few things I very strongly disagree with, and these disagreements don't come from a place of me wanting to defend Gaijin. My audience knows full well I frequently criticize them. My main problem is that I don't think he really gets across just how far this game has already fallen and what it is we've already lost. As far as I'm concerned, the War Thunder that I got hooked on back in 2017 died a long time ago, and sure, copy-paste vehicles and expensive premiums have been part of what caused that decline, but I think ultimately the problem is much more fundamental than that, and that brings me to the biggest point of disagreement I have with what he said in that video, that being that War Thunder was never actually fun. I vehemently disagree with that. For me at least, War Thunder is probably the most fun video game I've ever played, fighting off waves of player-controlled, realistically modeled enemy tanks or duking it out in solid, plausible, if not historically accurate air battles between Allied and Axis aircraft will always remain some of the most fun and immersive experiences I've ever had in a video game. The problem is, those are no longer the sorts of scenarios this game focuses on. Modern vehicles are the main focus of War Thunder now, and at least as far as they're currently implemented, these vehicles are not fun to play at all, at least in the majority of cases. In high-tier ground army, for example, when you're using APFSDS rounds and laser rangefinders, and you're fighting on maps which are already pretty small, even for 1 or 2 vehicles, there ceases to be any sort of skill involved when it comes to gun range. You basically just have to hope that you notice an enemy before they notice you, and that's to say nothing of the full pass problem. The majority of what actually ends up mattering in terms of being good at high-tier ground RB is just map knowledge and discipline. It's not like mid-tier where one well-positioned player with good aim can single-handedly turn the tide of the match. And then there's air RB. Even more so than ground RB, this game mode has suffered immensely from the fact that instead of incrementally raising the ceiling for vehicle capabilities like they used to, over the last few years, Gaijin has been taking giant leaps in the capabilities of the vehicles it's adding, clearly in order to create as much FOMO as quickly as possible. The most infamous example of this was probably the F-14A. When it was first added, it was utterly untouchable by anything else. It completely broke the game for multiple months. But at least these game modes are actually being supported somewhat. Something you guys may not know about me is that I'm actually a big naval warfare nerd and have played quite a bit of War Thunder Naval despite having never posted any content about it to my channel. Naval as it exists currently is just an outright dead game mode. Its map layout is incredibly poorly thought out, assuming it was thought out at all, and this is a huge shame because in the few instances where I've actually gotten to experience a proper naval gunnery duel, I have to admit it really was a lot of fun and heavily rewarded skill. What I'm ultimately trying to get at here is that this game has an unbelievable amount of wasted potential, far beyond what most of the community is even currently talking about in regards to slot content and copy-paste vehicles. So to address this, what I'm going to do in this video is first talk about a few of the different problems with the game, which I think either aren't being discussed enough or which I have a different perspective on, and then go into how I personally would fix the different game modes, assuming Gaijin suddenly put me in charge and tasked me with fixing them. The first specific
I hear
point I want to
something.
touch on is something which was lost a long time ago, but really used to be a staple of the game, and that's faction uniqueness. Way back in the day, much as everyone, most matches were some combination of Allied, Axis, and Soviets matched up against one another. Now, obviously, War Thunder is not some sort of historical simulator, but it has to be said, this game was a hell of a lot more fun when it maintained some level of historical plausibility, and when every tech tree actually came with its own unique experience. I mean, maybe it's just me, but the everyone versus everyone matchmaker of today just doesn't hit the same as when you'd have Sabres fighting MiGs, Tigers fighting IS-2s and T-34s, or Zeros fighting Corsairs over the Pacific. Keeping the factions unique created this added level of weight to every new update, because every new vehicle is this sort of exciting new factor in the rock-paper-scissors dynamic that just no longer exists with everything fighting everything, and most of the tech trees being filled to the brim with copy-paste vehicles. And Gaijin, if you're listening, this is a big problem for you too, because if your goal is to convince people to buy premiums, they have a lot less motivation to do that when they can unlock most of the vehicles they're interested in only 1 or 2 tech trees, as opposed to having to get to 3 or 4 like they would if the game was actually trying to keep the different tech trees unique. Now, in fairness, there are some cases where this is unavoidable. concerned about how far they may take implementing copy-paste vehicles from Malaysia and Indonesia, but we'll see how far that goes, I guess. Here's where I start to have a problem, though. So with American military aircraft, for example, a lot of these vehicles literally require entire separate Wikipedia articles just to cover the different variants, and that's to say nothing of the gazillion prototypes that have been built over the years. That being the case, why the fuck does America have captured premium Axis fighter aircraft? And really the same goes for Japan and Germany too. It's not like either of those countries have any shortage of World War II prototypes and sub-variants either. I've also thought for a long time that Geisha's decision to throw a bunch of copy-paste East German Soviet export vehicles into the German tech tree was weird and unnecessary, as representing historical enemies in the same tech tree is just odd and unnecessarily dilutes the uniqueness of the tree in doing that. These vehicles could make for good premiums or event vehicles perhaps, but even then I think there are much better options. One example would be German-designed aircraft which flew for other nations like the HA-300 and the HF-24 or the V-2. As for ground vehicles, well, Germany did operate some unique variants of import vehicles like the M48 Super. I think a lot of the ground tech tree could have been better fleshed out with unique vehicles from other sources which aren't currently represented in game. One of these sources would be Austria, of course, most notably with their SK-105, which went to France for some bizarre reason, but in particular Switzerland, which is already a German air sub-tech tree. Switzerland had a huge number of unique domestic vehicles such as the Panzer 58 or
So
68
boring
family,
these days.
Moag
Are they ever
Brahmans,
gonna
mini
attack?
derivatives, plus all sorts of weird unique prototypes which would have been far more interesting than what we currently have in game. In my opinion, if they're going to be tech tree copy-paste vehicles, you should keep it to where there's at least a consistent flavor to it.
I could really
British
go if
getting
I grab
American
Lee right now.
vehicles, Italy getting German and domestic vehicles from other Axis countries, etc. When you completely throw out any attempts to maintain uniqueness, it makes things feel bland and repetitive, and also overshadows actual historical examples of unusual combinations of vehicles serving under the same flag, like with Finland. The good news is there is actually precedent for Gaijin implementing what I've been talking about here. China at one point actually had EP-76 in its tech tree, which Gaijin later removed and made non-researchable and replaced it with a domestic Chinese vehicle which filled a similar role. Those who already had it did get to keep it though. There was also the time when all the Italian vehicles were removed from the German tech tree and that country got its own, though again, had them already did get to keep them. I'm not going to set my expectations particularly high that this will ever happen, but my hope is that one day Gaijin comes to their senses and does the same thing again, but game-wide. We don't need copy-paste Soviet export vehicles in every tech tree, and not every country needs an F-16 or a Leopard 2. And while I'm out there, if it had been up to me, instead of united tech trees for China and Korea, I think a PRC tech tree with the North Korean subtree and a South Korean tech tree with the Taiwanese subtree would have been a much better way of maintaining faction uniqueness like I've talked about, but that's just me. And speaking of uniqueness, something else I think is definitely affecting the interplay between different tech trees is Gaijin's current approach to quote-unquote realism. So another really good addition to the discussion about the state of the game was General Lee's recent video about Gaijin's problem with inconsistent standards of what it considers to be valid sources of information for making changes to the game. I'll link that video in the description for those of you who haven't seen it. Overall, I think he makes some very good points in that video, but personally, I think this ongoing controversy over modern vehicles should be cause for us to really take a step back and fundamentally reassess just how historical accuracy should be represented in game. This is an opinion I've long held but never stated publicly, and that is that I think that maintaining historical accuracy just for the sake of historical accuracy at the cost of gameplay quality is fucking stupid. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we should just start making shit up like World of Tanks does, but I think the case of the F-5C's countermeasures, which I talked about in my recent Super Tomcat video, is the perfect example of what I mean by this. That vehicle did not have flares in real life, but it was added to the game with them anyways. It may not be quote-unquote historically accurate, but it's entirely historically plausible, and if it hadn't been done, it would have resulted in a wildly unbalanced aircraft. In my opinion, if we have a situation where it's not entirely clear what a vehicle or weapon system's exact specifications are, I think it's much better for Gaijin to just come out and admit that and then implement it in a plausible way with at least some evidence behind it and in a way which leads to good game balance. Alternatively, if you have a situation where a vehicle is missing some sort of capability in real life for, say, political or budget reasons which would render it unbalanced or non-competitive in game, I really don't have a problem with them adding that capability as long as it's plausible and it improves game balance. Looking at you, Abrams Whole Armor. I think using this as the consistent standard is much better than the current system of Gaijin just arbitrarily picking and choosing winners and losers on the report's page, pretending their decisions are entirely Even if Gaijin today decided they were going to implement the community's feedback and try to fix their game, something they've already done, which has taken years off the lifespan of War Thunder, is the habit of rushing in top-tier vehicles with massive superior capabilities to existing ones. This results in existing vehicles getting curb-stomped against these new ones in up tiers, and overall just ruining game balance. What's even more surprising about this is that even from a business perspective, this is incredibly stupid. War Thunder is Gaijin Entertainment's flagship title and has been for a long time, so you would think that they would have somebody in leadership with enough business sense to realize that in terms of maximizing their revenue long-term, their best bet would be to keep this game for as long as possible. The best way to do this would be to expand the game faster horizontally than they do vertically. That is to say, incrementally nudge up the top BR with a handful of big-ticket items every new update, but primarily focus on just filling out the existing game with new niche vehicles and existing
least it sounds
BRs,
really
or adding new factions, game content,
making it sound?
capabilities to keep the suspense train going for as long as possible. Instead, Gaijin has rushed ahead so far so quickly that at the time of this recording, War Thunder is effectively out of new top vehicles that can be added, and we're now talking about adding stealth fighters, which is
Guess I was
absolutely
worried for nothing.
ridiculous. New vehicles which should have been massive hype generators, most infamously the FA-18, both the original version and the Super Hornet, end up getting skipped over and not being added until after vehicles with superior capabilities have already been added to the game, leaving them effectively dead on arrival. Sure, Gaijin still made a lot of money off the
Such a nice day.
FA-18, but again, do you really think that broke out into spending a bunch of money and time unlocking a new hyped-up vehicle, only for us to find ourselves getting stomped on by other aircraft, is really a good way to convince people to spend money on the game again in the future. And that's just an example of a
It's
vehicle
so
which actually
crazy.
got added. Where's the CF-105? Where's the Super Crusader? Where are the Swiss tanks? I could go on, but the point is there are plenty of vehicles which they could have used as a top-tier flagship item to center an update around, which they've just elected to skip over. I'm not asking this for any sort of principled reason. I'm asking this because I genuinely don't
I
understand
hear
why
gunshots.
Gaijin is burning through the life
Base, we're under attack.
necessary and cutting out long-term revenue generation. Extreme short-sightedness is the most obvious possibility. Maybe it really is just the emperor has no clothes sort of situation where nobody at the studio wants to admit there's a problem. There is, of course, a much more conspiratorial possibility, which is that they want their audience to be collecting information on modern weapon systems for them, but I'm not going to further elaborate on that theory. I think you understand what I'm getting at. The last main point I want to touch on is what's been at the center of most of this controversy, the expensive premiums. So I've been pretty harsh on Gaijin so far in this video, but on this last point, I'm going to defend them a little bit. Do I think copy-paste premiums are lazy? Absolutely. But do I think they're actually a big problem? Honestly, no, I really don't. Personally, I don't think the copy-paste premium issue would be attracting even half of the views it currently is if it weren't for the other underlying issues this game has. If this was a well-supported game and Gaijin was showing that they clearly had a real passion for delivering the best experience possible, I don't think anyone would really be all that bent out of shape about Gaijin just trying to monetize their product in a way that doesn't actually lock any unique content behind a paywall. I think the real reason these copy-paste premiums get under people's skin so much is because people see Gaijin's refusal to improve their content and yet also see them charging an exorbitant amount of money for something you could otherwise get for free. That being said, there is another side to this argument, and that's the perspective that actually it's better for premiums to be copy-paste so that unique vehicles like the F-20, for example, don't end up locked behind a very expensive paywall. I'm sort of in the middle on this issue. I can understand where both sides are coming from, but I have a bit of my own unique take on this. I don't like copy-paste premiums, but I understand why they're sort of necessary. Gaijin is a company after all, and they need to make money somehow, and there are only so many unique vehicles they can add. On the other hand, I do agree that they really shouldn't be locking entirely unique vehicles behind a paywall and forcing people to fork over money for the opportunity to play them. In my opinion, the best way to handle premiums is to make them side grades of existing vehicles, or perhaps very minor upgrades if there's no alternative. Let me give you a few examples of what I would consider to be premium vehicles done right. The first one I want to look at is the STRV-81 RB52. This is mostly identical to the tech tree version. The only difference is the fact that it's capable of keyboard-guided missiles strapped onto the turret. I like this example because it takes absolutely nothing away from the tech tree version, as these missiles are more of a gimmick than a truly effective weapon, but it still gives the premium buyers something fun and unique in return for their money. For aircraft, I think a good example is actually the FA-18C fleet. When it was added alongside two tech tree versions of the aircraft, the FA-18A, which was slightly worse but had a battle rating, and the FA-18C fine, but now I'd like to actually discuss what I would do if I were tasked with fixing the game. I'm going to start off with ground RB, then air RB, then naval.
What comes to go up? Yeah?
I think most people would agree that the two biggest issues when it comes to ground RB lie with, first off, the maps, and secondly, the game modes, or lack thereof. I do have one other personal novelty take of mine which I'd like to share, but I'll go over these other two first. I think even Gaijin's biggest defenders would acknowledge the ground maps are absolute shit. There are a handful that can be fun, but to speak broadly, these maps just don't work for armored combat. Having tanks brawling it out at point-blank range is both stupid and unimmersive, not to mention it heavily subtracts from how much skill impacts the course of the match. The game modes, or game mode, also contributes to this map problem, since domination is currently the only game mode available, and having a static objective to keep and hold, often in entirely indefensible positions, tends to really cause the gameplay to devolve into a pointless slogfest. The other big problem is that a lot of the maps in high tier are just entirely too small, subjecting top tier MVPs to matches on 38th floors. That person is absolutely ridiculous, and is another point in favor of the theory that literally nobody in a position of decision-making power at Gaijin actually plays the game. So the first solution to improving ground RB is pretty simple. We need bigger maps which actually allow for tanks to fight like tanks, not Fortnite free-for-all CQB maps. Now, lots of people have made good suggestions for new game modes over the years, but in my opinion, the game mode War Thunder is by far best suited for would be something like the Rush game mode for the Battlefield franchise. In this game mode, you have one team defending a set of objectives and another attacking, and if the attacking team takes the objectives, they then have to push up to a new set of objectives, and the defending team has to fall back to defend those. This continues until either all the objectives are destroyed or the attackers run out of spawn tickets and lose. This would be far better capturing the essence of mobile armored warfare, and with bigger maps, this would also make top tier a hell of a lot more playable. You could also have it set up to where both teams are able to attack and defend, so that there would be even more back and forth dynamic, but this is just me spitballing. My main point is, though, I don't actually think ground RB needs to be changed all that fundamentally to be fun. I think the main issue more lies with the fact that we just have a very stale game mode that often fails to allow these vehicles to operate in a fun and immersive way. As for that novelty take, well, hear me out. Kill streak vehicles. As the game currently stands, aircraft already effectively operate like kill streaks. You need to accrue a certain number of score in order to spawn them, and once you do, they give you the ability to kill ground targets without giving those targets much ability to fight back. There are certain vehicles, though, especially heavy and super heavy tanks, which I feel are currently implemented in a very unfun way, where they get stomped on in up tiers, but absolutely dominate in down tiers. Making them kill streak vehicles could be a way to potentially solve these balance issues and add an interesting new gameplay mechanic similar to how behemoths work in Battlefield 1. Let's take the Mouse or the American T-95 as examples. Let's say you bump the BR down a couple of notches, but make it so that you need 5 or 6 kills to get enough spawn points to bring them in, depending on if it's an up tier or down tier. This would be a very fun reward for people who perform well, while also providing a kill streak which would be a lot less annoying for the enemy team to deal with than Cass's. And this one might be a bit more controversial, but I think there are certain vehicles which could be a lot more balanced if they were partial kill streak vehicles. For example, the Tiger tanks, the Tortoise, or Soviet super heavies like the IS-7 or the Object 279. If you reduced their battle rating, but made it so that they cost too many spawn points to use as a first spawn unless they run an up tier, you would spare the players they encounter in down tiers from getting bullied too hard right off the bat, while also sparing the people playing those vehicles from getting bullpenned by heat-invested saber rounds in up tiers. Again, this is just a thought, but this is a mechanic I think would really add an interesting new dynamic to ground RB, while also helping to balance certain unusual vehicles. With that out of the way, though, let's talk about air aircraft and has a miserable time with it is likely to spend money on the game in the future? Not only is the answer obviously no, but there's a significant likelihood that that person is going to go off and tell other people not to spend money on the game. Personally, I don't have an ethical problem with diving selling high-tier premiums like some other people seem to. They are a business after all, but if you're going to do it, you need to be providing people with tutorials that will actually teach them how to use these things. In fact, I would just make it optional. I would make it mandatory that they complete these tutorials before getting access to live battles, and it isn't like there aren't a bunch of people in the community who would help you make these tutorials for free. Assuming that gets taken care of, I think if you really want to make ARB interesting and immersive, you need to bring back scenario game modes. Online Man brought up an example of this in his video, that big new four-way map where one team had to destroy an incredibly landing craft and another had to defend. Possibilities are literally endless here. You could have an encounter game mode where two groups of enemies run into each other while already at altitude, which could allow you to set it up in such a way where the teams spawn at different altitudes to help solve any imbalance in missile capability. You could have ground, air, and naval escort missions with one team trying to intercept and one team trying to defend. You could have PvE game modes where you have to fight your way through AI enemies, drop your bombs in RTB, and this is just me spitballing without even looking at what anyone else has come up with so far. I'm certain there's no shortage of good ideas out there. Nuclear Thunder proves that all the pieces are already in place to not just revive ARB, but to flesh it out and make it more interesting than it ever was before. It's just going to require some creativity and courage on the part of guys who actually put this together. Again, I'm sure the community would be more than willing to help out with this. And on that perhaps overly optimistic note, let's switch over to looking at what is, without exaggeration, the single most extreme waste of potential I have ever seen in a video game. Naval is utterly baffling to me. I should go to the trouble of crafting literally hundreds of the most detailed warship models ever created, only to then literally abandon the game mode and let it die. Again, I have actually played quite a bit of Naval and firmly believe that it has the potential to be extremely fun, but unlike air and ground RP, I think everything about the game mode as it exists currently needs to be entirely scrapped. The first big problem is the battle ratings. Right now, they just make zero sense, as they increase both with the size of the vessel as well as how modern it is. This leads to situations where you have Cold War destroyers with surface-to-air missiles at a lower BR than some World War I ships. This is fucking stupid. So the first thing I would do is scrap the BRs entirely. Fast attack craft and PT boats, corvettes, frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and battleship/battle cruisers all need to have their own entirely separate BR tracks based on modernity, not size. Weird niche vessels like monitors and coastal defense ships can be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. That's the first thing. Second thing, the game mode. The current game mode can kinda work for coastal vessels like Guess, but really falls flat for big capital ships, who often just don't have enough room to maneuver. All the obstacles tend to interrupt your moves, and the fact that the enemy spawns are so close often means you just get third-party. So, like with ARB, if you want to save Naval, you need scenario game modes. The first one I would propose would be an encounter game mode. You could basically have the matchmaker build out different battle groups of similar overall strength and have them fight it out in open water with no respawns. That would be an amazingly fun and immersive game mode, but that's a pretty simple concept, so I don't think it really requires much explanation. You could also have an escort mode where either destroyers protect a convoy from player-controlled submarines, or you could have larger surface ships fighting off commerce raiders. Similar idea, no respawns, and a dynamic matchmaking team composition. The last idea I thought of while writing this would be a coastal attack game mode, where one team tries to escort a landing force to attack a beachhead, and the opposing team with fast attack craft and or destroyers supported by AI shore batteries has to come in and oppose them. Like the old Norway ARB map, if enough landing craft get through, the attacking team wins. Again, I'm sure other people have already come up with plenty of other good ideas, but this is just what I can come up with off the top of my head. The last extremely underutilized mechanic I would point out when it comes to naval battles in War Thunder is naval bombers. Something I think you could do with naval, which would be very interesting, is to basically have separate ARB matches play out above the naval RB matches, with naval bombers spawning in on either team to attack enemy ships alongside fighters on both teams tasked with intercepting. This would make the matches much more immersive, but also give pilots an additional game mode to play. How exactly you implement this would depend on how you decide to set up the game mode, but if that were an option, I know I would certainly play it, and I think that would be a lot more interesting than just having AI aircraft, or having aircraft be mostly used as kill streaks spawning in one at a time like they are now. Again, I think naval has absolutely enormous potential, like World of War worship killer potential, and I really hope they do decide to fix this game mode instead of abandoning it. I want to wrap up this video by saying, as much as I've criticized Gaijin here, I still think they've created one of the greatest military video games of all time, and I level this criticism because I want them to succeed. Do I think they'll listen to me? No, but I'm in the privileged position of actually having a platform in this community, so at the very least I'd like to give you guys my 2 cents, and perhaps in the collective scheme of things, some of the feedback provided here might make its way into the overall feedback Gaijin is hearing from the community. Do I think Gaijin will do enough to actually save the game? I think even on its current trajectory, War Thunder still has a few more years of life left in it, at least from a profitability perspective, but I think Gaijin is really starting to run the risk of irrecoverably damaging the organic support goodwill that's existed for their game if they don't start taking this criticism seriously. If they did
Apparently I had a strawberry matcha right
some
now.
of these problems and revitalize these game modes, though, I can see this game chugging along for easily another decade, assuming they exhaust literally all other possible options in terms of vehicles they could add. In terms of what I actually predict will happen, I'm sure they'll do something to drum up some additional energy behind this game, but I somewhat doubt they'll make the changes radical enough to keep this game going for as long as it has the potential to. Personally, I think we'll probably start to witness the terminal, final decline of this game within about 5 years. Even in the worst case scenario, though, I think for all its faults, Thunder has invented an entirely new niche of video game, and just as a consequence of supply and demand, even if Gaijin allows this game to fully die, something will eventually come along to fill the void they left behind, and I think that's something to remain excited about. Anyways, guys, please let me know your thoughts in the comments, and consider subscribing to the channel if you feel like you got something out of this. And to those of you who do, I'll see you guys again very shortly with some additional content.
Here on this channel, I like to review video game games and give them a
At least the sunrise is a good game.
quality of the design and the completion. Previously, I covered all the ballistic firearms added by Starfield's various DLCs. Now, it's time to cover. I think I hear gunshots. In the previous video,
Base,
or my
we're under
videos
attack.
on
Multiple times.
You should probably check out those videos before continuing this one. Or after. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's continue where we left off with the MGP laser. Basically, it's just like the MGP ballistic rifle, but they converted it into a laser gun. So instead of inserting a magazine with bullets, you insert a blocky battery. It's a good idea. That's me. This is how laser guns should be built. They don't have to be big, blocky masses of plastic with no sense of ergonomics. They should be comfortable to use and have guns we have today are heavy ergonomic. So why not give a laser gun the same layout so it's more user-friendly? I remember seeing this Chinese thing, which basically is an easy hold-up rifle. That makes perfect sense. They're still using precision rifles now, so they need to laser gun with similar layout. Now this is what peak sci-fi gun design looks like. Slim without a bunch of random wheels and doodads all over the place. But there's bulky. It's probably because it needs all that space to store all that fancy. Time, as this technology improves, it'll likely be smaller and the more power at the same time. So in the future, it's very likely that once we get more precision, I think the rifle is going to be some laser guns that look just like that. Kind of like the GP. Overall, this laser gun looks pretty good. It's not super. There are some little bubbles everywhere. I think the worst part is the exposed wiring. That can very easily get caught on something. It's better to have all those critical components inside, not on the outside. But if the wires were inside the gun, then you wouldn't be able to see all the cool sci-fi criminals like that. And I don't necessarily mean exposed wiring, but in terms of practicality and realism, the wires should be inside the gun. This is like running an AK with no guts cover, just so you can see the internals of the gun. It does work, it's cool, and no guts cover. It means that all kinds of guns can very easily get into the gun and foul it up. It also has a super bulky grip like the regular MGP, which is not ideal. Pretty whenever all that. Besides that, I think the design of the MGP laser is pretty useful. It was the best looking laser gun in all of Starfield. It's certainly the best in terms of ergonomics. It's got very practical and stocks. While all the other laser guns look super blocky and bulky, they just look uncomfortable to operate. When it comes to function, this laser gun is completely wrong. Bethesda still has no clue what a laser gun is. See, lasers are superheated beams of light. They travel at the speed of light. Kill things. Light doesn't have mass, so lasers don't produce recoil. Or if you want to get extremely technical, light does carry momentum, so it may produce some recoil. so low, it's not really perceivable. At most, the recoil would be comparable to a BB gun. When I increase the recoil for the sake of gameplay balancing, it shouldn't kick much harder than a 22. So then why does this laser gun kick like a battle rifle? It beats up your shoulder harder than my stepdad beat my mom. Well, that's because they simply don't duplicate the animations from the regular MGP. This means the recoil is really lower than the automatic version. That's still way too high. Even worse, the supposed beam of light don't travel at the speed of light at a very obvious travel time. That only doesn't shoot out a constant steady beam. It's always positive shots. So if you combine all those factors, this is not a laser. It may look like a laser, but labeled as such. But really, it shoots out fast-moving bolts of plasma. It's more like a blaster from Star Wars, though. I'm guessing that's where Bethesda got their knowledge of laser guns from. These dorks just watched Star Wars and thought the blasters were laser guns. So they made all their laser guns function like blasters when they're supposed to be laser guns. These dorks are total larpers. True sci-fi nerds know the difference between lasers and blasters. Dorks just think they're all the same thing because they shoot red beam. These posers don't really care to learn how this legit weapons work. They don't have a true burning passion for sci-fi weapon design, so they just turn out some random crap that doesn't have any deep thought with it. It's a true sci-fi enjoyer. I can't stand when game developers make a laser gun. That's not a laser gun. It destroys my immersion. It's the game. Literally, God fully It's very disappointing that Bethesda didn't correct this huge loading issue and even revealed the laser guns. I pointed this issue out 2.5 years ago. I was hoping they would hear my cries. But it seems I was literally screaming into the void. Sadly, all the DLC laser guns at Starfield are completely wrong. Highly unimpressive. I don't necessarily need them. Function like blasters, that's fine. I think there should be both blasters and a laser piece. But the problem is that all these energy weapons are built and labeled as laser guns when they are like blasters. In the end, I suppose the MGP laser ain't too bad from Bethesda's side. It's certainly the best looking laser gun in the whole game. Just like all the other laser guns, it's not actually a laser. Very best I can do. Chance to win $500. Well, you can do exactly that with today's sponsor, Blunder. Basically, what does a shoot with electronics, consoles, physical games, music CDs, tools and games, shoes. Check some of record production check the online. Especially best, what is a specialist? I'm a big fan of retro games, so I opted for a streak with this guy who was selling PS3 games. I screwed up the entire Uncharted trilogy for like $12. I also got Just Cause 2 for $50. That's an absolute steal. Really using too much of the time. So I opted for this live stream with this lady selling a huge CD collection. I snagged up a bunch of games for $2 each. You can find a whole bunch of hidden gems on Whatnot, all for bargain prices. So be sure to check out Whatnot. Scanning my QR code or by using my link in the description. So get a $15 credit for your first purchase. So you know all those PS3 games I got? That basically makes the whole thing free. That's a deal so good it should be a crime. Not only that, if you're following me on Whatnot, bring the Boy Force 69, you'll be entered to win a $500 giveaway. One of my fans will be guaranteed. It will be selected 30 days after this video is posted. So be sure to check out Whatnot before time is up. Huge thanks to Whatnot for sponsoring this video. Now, let's get back to it.
Suy nghĩ của ta bỗng nhiên có sự hy sinh là tỏa hóa cho nó lại lập tài nguyên công bơm ra thuốc chữa thì không phải nghĩ sao đừng để tự khuyên ta phải tỏa hóa tại sao á bạn bấm vào bãi thuộc kính xem nhìn thuộc kính của nó kìa mặc dù nó có bằng cách tiếng thủy linh căng.
For another laser roll. It's like the opposite of it. It's extremely fat and bulky. From far away, it looks like a giant space cruiser. Energy weapons, I don't mind them. I would argue it needs that extra space to store more fancy laser components to make it more powerful. But even then, this one has a bit too much bulk going. Really harms its visual appeal. Or, you can take this thing seriously when it looks like an obese Nerf gun. The front end being thick is fair, I suppose. It's with the batteries. So, naturally, it's going to have a thick front end. It's like a PP-19 laser gun. exact reload animation. Hey, Todd! This is just an Equinox reskin, isn't it? Now that I think about it, wouldn't it be a terrible idea to use the battery as the handguard? I assume you would get really hot when you cook your hand. It would probably make more sense to put the battery in a more traditional spot. Just like the MG. Either that, or it could have a old club style magazine. I think the 90s style top mounted magazines in particular would work really good for this design. It would be just like the Beowulf. It's clearly inspired by the Beowulf. It has the same exact art style going on. So they might as well treat it like a laser gun from the Beowulf. Same layout, but it shoots lasers. You know what else? The magazine should auto-eject from the gun, so you don't have to worry about burning guns. That is a genius idea. But just like the Beowulf, this whole golden metal frame thing is useless. It shouldn't be deleted. It serves no purpose other than to add dead weight and random detail to the gun. Why does it need to have a shock absorber? This laser gun clicks so hard you need a shock absorber to tame it? Yeah, right. All this stuff is just random, greedly sci-fi nonsense. They're not too far away from a decent design, though. You just gotta stand up, move the cables, and change the position of the magazine. Then, the gun ends up looking pretty good. This new version is sleek and simple. It's peak sci-fi gun design. Now, the function of the Aphelion is pretty interesting. It's a third-round burst by default. It deals fire damage. Wow, a laser gun that actually deals damage to heat. That's awesome. But sadly, it still suffers from the other problem types that are application. High recoil, constant beam, CPU travel time. So really, it's more like a plasma gun that deals burn damage. The recoil is rather low though, so I can almost trick myself into believing it's a laser gun. You know what I can't ignore? God-awful bull. Laser gun, as you know it. Instead of simply showing you a number, an analog style display, little orange rectangles. That's an extremely inefficient way to count your shots. You have to sit there and count up all the little rectangles in your head. Simply looking at a number would be way faster. It doesn't help that the rectangles don't subtract one by one as you shoot. They're stacked in columns of 6. You have to shoot all 6 rounds in that column before it disappears. So if you shoot 3 rounds, bullet counter tells you that you still have all 30. Some of the last color just once you get to 9 rounds, should go away. Of course, choose to be able to face the blood race. All the moves and can't just shoot the reason. There's always 30 rectangles, no matter what the action is. I guess it just goes based on reactions. We want to subtract 6 from the bullet counter. But once I get down to 13, bullet counter shows 6 rounds. Jeez, they didn't remove the bullet control checks. That's the difference. It's like this random luxury bullet counter instead of looking. It's not very good. It's actually terrible range. It's completely useless in bullet prevention. Even if it was functional, it still wouldn't be very useful. Because you can just look at your heads-up display. Wow, these guys must be stupid. They put in all this work to make a non-functional bullet counter, but it was completely unnecessary from the start. Kinda half-joking. If we assume your character can see the heads-up display through their space helmet, then yeah, all the bullet counters in this game are useless. But if we assume the heads-up display can only be seen by the player, then sure, bullet counters are a good idea. That's pretty much all I got for now. It's fat, strange. Bullet counter is completely it's not quite as bad as some of the other ones. It's fine. Next up is a little nice for this time, though. But I absolutely despise that tacky knuckle. This is a super common trick in sci-fi. There's always bound to be pistols with huge knuckle guards. So don't trade that as to go away. There's no point in putting a huge knuckle guard on a pistol. It looks dumb and serves no purpose. Especially for this one. You already got a regular trick guard. So what's the point of the knuckle guard? That's not for check on. I'm also wondering where the mag release is. Or I guess you call it
I'm on the day shift.
There doesn't seem to be any sort of button or pedal. Just rip out the battery. Speaking of the system, you dread it out on the side, but your character never touches it. Oh, I don't know. What's the purpose of these things anyway? They almost look like gas pedals. See, the gas pedal is a pistol attachment, which gives you a nice spot to push your thumb against. That allows you to get a high and aggressive grip, which enables you to handle the recoil more effectively.
I wish I could sit down.
Your character holds this pistol with a low and relaxed grip. They never touch these little thingies. So, no, they're useless evils to me. And that grip really sucks. Super amateur. You'll never hand up against the beat tail. Only with that brute style gun. Limp wrestling a laser pistol is crazy work. You can't, however, appreciate the very clear bullet count. With big numbers. It's front and center. On your face, so you always know how much ammo you got left. On the bike, mounted battery seems like a good spot too. Overall, the layout of this gun is solid. It seems functional and ergonomical. I like the super low recoil too. It's a smooth shooter, so it almost passes a true laser gun if you don't think about it too hard. That's all I can say for the show. It's alright, I guess. Bad, but not amazing. I'll put the catheter in C. Now for a laser SMG slash BW at the Dawn fight. Overall, it's you already know. A little frame that connects the grip to the stock is cringe and stupid. It's like a pseudo thumbhole stock. It has a knuckle guard at the same time. Wow. How original. Sci-fi gun, knuckle guard, a thumbhole stock. Sci-fi gun designers. Please, I beg of you, stop doing this. Doesn't make the gun look sci-fi. Just makes it look dumb. Want to give a gun this use, you have to serve on purpose. Thumbhole stocks are best used on marksman rifles and bullpups. This little frame serves no purpose on a BW. All it does is mess up your grip. So, it should be deleted entirely. Really, it should be more like the stock of the 7. Lately, they replaced the stock with upgrades. This stock in particular looks really good. I love lights. This other one has a really slow angle to it. You wouldn't be able to shoulder it properly. The stock should be flattened out so you can roll it against your shoulder. For the knuckle guard, though, in this specific instance, I can see some purpose here. This frame carries a gun magazine. It's just like the AA-12 in that aspect. This is really the only reason why a non-bolt butt gun should ever have a knuckle guard. It's used to create a guide for the magazine, or it's also used as a forward grip. Sure, that's a legit reason. The whole body and seat design is kinda looks like the gun was split in half, but then it was reconnected by a little. It's designed like a space station, never locked between rooms. I know this is a laser gun, so it doesn't have to be normal. Still, it strikes me as looking odd. The optics are uploaded above the rest of the gun is super choice. It looks like it's trying to mimic the look. It's not as well. Characters, sci-fi. But this wouldn't be functional as a character. There's not enough space to be. It's not like there's some genre. This thing looks super light. Even like this goes from the frame up relative. See if it's piece. Now slap on that good stock attachment and boom. Dogfight looks like a legit laser BW. But I think the worst part about the dogfight is how close it is to your screen. You can barely see the damn thing. It feels like you're playing at the DMOD. Bethesda. Please, allow us to adjust the view model level. I can't stand having the gun so close to my face. It feels really awkward and cramped, like I'm pulling the gun into my nose. That's about it for the dogfight. It's an okay design. It's not terrible, but not great either. It's just kind of mid, so I'll put it in the C tier. It's a step above the Phoenix. Now for a laser sniper, you have the Resonator. I think the general shape and silhouette is fine, but I can appreciate the overall art style. It comes off as intimidating, but when it comes down to the details, it's got a lot of problems. Really, the main thing is that there's way too many random variables. As usual, this one's got a chunky, oversized brick under the barrel. This is another textbook case of Bethesda giving a gun a super thick handgun, solely so they can reuse the generic, bulky, long gun idle damage. You have to wonder, what does this brick even do? Is this supposed to be the power source? But I thought the power source is the battery that you load into the gun. I don't know. I have no clue what this brick could possibly be. Laser gun scientists in the comment section, please tell me what you think about this design. Anyway, I'm not a fan of the exposed wires. For a garage-made prototype, that's fine. But for a refined, factory-built, futuristic laser gun, the wires should all be inside the gun, so they can't use them. There's a giant hanging bone in it. It's a release in all design. Looks stupid and useless. All this crap needs to be deleted. Receiver should be down to look more like a handgun. I like that the default stock is collapsible, but butt plate is way too bumpy. It should be a flat surface so it's actually covered in jelly. It's very bumpy. Not pretty much the stuff. That's the back of the BRS.
sunrises.
One, thanks to the barrels. The default barrel ain't too bad. I think it just needs this little blade chunk on the top to be deleted. It's good to go. That barrel, though, is an absolute disaster. It tacked on a whole bunch of random bullshit.
What's
Looks
so
like a
special about
fucking
this
trust
island anyway?
What purpose could all this bullshit possibly serve? All it does is make the gun heavy and more ugly. There's no point to this metal heat shield either. It's way too far forward to ever be touched by your mains. You already got a normal handguard anyway. Get this heat shield replaced in the upper end. Once you delete all that crap in the heat shield, the heavy barrel looks much better. I think the best looking one is the fluted barrel. I really like that spiral.
So boring.
Also, help us with the cooling and heat dispersion. Lastly, there's the Blunder. Because of really nice sound. What is this? Like a 4-foot barrel? Shit, this is probably a monkey. It's about the same length as a tank rifle. What's up with this hole under the barrel? It almost looks like an upside down carry handle. You know, like the carry handle on the Shy-Tac convention. That seems to be where they got the inspiration from. That's a pretty cool idea, actually. Carry handle should be mounted further back, so it's closer to the center of gravity of the weapon. It's mounted too far forward. The whole thing will tilt to one side as you try to turn it around. Simply, this carry handle should be placed where the useless brick is. Useless brick should be deleted. That's a lot. And it's actually functional. The long barrel itself should also be cut down by like a whole foot. Even two. Because why exactly would you need such a long barrel for a laser rifle? Like that extra barrel length to increase the velocity of the laser. The shit's already going at the speed of light. Or at least, it should be. The laser guns in Starfield are all frauds that don't function like lasers. But, you know what I mean. The lasers should travel at the speed of light. Increasing the effective range of a laser gun
Such a nice
is more
day.
about the focusing lens, not the barrel length. You can have various lenses for the laser guns. This thingy on the front end, for example, looks like a fat tank rifle muzzle brake. That's pretty neat. I like that idea. You can also attach a suppressor, but why would a suppressor ever be necessary? Laser rifle. Lasers are just beams of light. They don't produce sound. Again, this is another problem caused by Bethesda confusing lasers with blasters. They think that laser guns make the Star Wars PvPs. In reality, silent. Well, it sounds good. There's the target sound. Some materials make...
I could really go if I grab Brew right now. Can something exciting happen?
I think someone just got hit. HQ, come in. Somebody's down. We need backup.
Or I guess for a super powerful futuristic laser gun, it may produce some noise, but it wouldn't
When
be
is
the
that
laser
shit
itself. It would just be the internal parts buzzing. It would be more like a faint...
I swear I heard a sound coming from there.
I think so, at least. I'm not entirely sure, because I don't own a super duper powerful handheld laser gun from the 24th century. So if there's any laser gun scientists in the comments, feel free to tell me your thoughts on how a super powerful laser gun would actually
I'm so tired of standing around.
I can tell you for sure that there's no reason to attach a rifle suppressor to a laser gun. That ain't gonna do anything. Man, all of this nonsense could have been avoided if Bethesda simply made these energy weapons as plasma blasters.
At least the sunrise is a good hit.
This seems to be what they wanted to do. They ended up making laser guns. They labeled them as such. But okay, next part is the magazine. It's built like a cage. It's a skeletonized magwell. Magwell is a good idea, but this one looks so really on it's really long and straight flare. So it'd be kind of awkward shooting a mag in. You get the line of the magazine, that perfectly. If you miss the magwell by 1 millimeter, you don't miss it because there's no flare to it. There's no rear. You can even see it during the reload. It doesn't line up and got it properly.
What's so special about this
Switch
island
to the
anyway?
magwell. designer just threw a random part on here because they think every gun needs to be hockey together. All around, the regulator is quite a huge mess. Super green-light. As usual, it doesn't function in a true relationship. I think the very best I can do is detail. The overall style isn't bad.
Wish someone would
Guys,
get me a knob.
some guidance on how exactly each one should be built. Use the same parts and textures. A lot of stuff needs to be deleted or shifted around to make it functional. Very default Resident Evil is my first one. The design is a huge difference. This one is total nonsense. The other one is a cool-looking functional laser gun. It's way better. Definitely
Why is it always raining around here?
S tier. The other design is the Nova Strike. This one isn't a laser gun. It's a particle beam accelerator. It has anything. However, I can't tell you it makes no sense how the beam doesn't shoot from the muzzle. It looks fine with hipfire. When using a scope, it looks like the beam shoots way above your head. That's quite a huge proportion break and error. It's almost unplayable. Besides that, I can appreciate the simplistic design here. It's very refreshing to see a sci-fi gun without a whole bunch of random rules. Sci-fi guns should strive to sleep.
I'm going to fall asleep at this rate.
Nonsense. So I like what they're going with. So overall, this design. This one is that big, stupid, bulky. You don't know why that's the case. The grip should be shrunk down and it should be screwed forward. If you flip it around, okay, that looks better. Also, there's no trigger guard whatsoever. Technically, trigger guard isn't mandatory, but it can help prevent unwanted discharges should you accidentally drop the weapon. So let's go ahead and give it a proper trigger guard. Another design quirk is the big hole in the middle of the receiver. I don't know how this type of energy weapon works. A big hole in the receiver seems like a problem. So let's fill that in. Well, the strike looks as usual. This gun has no magazine, so just rip out the magazine. Reload animation looks super janky. The way you move your hand feels really robotic. It's like it's skipping every other frame. That release, reload was totally broken. This gun was quite literally unplayable. I mean, literally for real this time. It was straight up fun. When it reloaded it, after you shot through the first map, you weren't able to take out the magazine. Because there's no back features. It's just stuck in there. The big load the gun was to unequip it with you. Sadly, I don't have any footage of said, but I can assure you it was a very real burn. And not making shit up. Tons of people reported. It was quite a big scandal back when Trackers Alliance released their 2024. It wasn't that big of a scandal. There was only like 12 people to Starfield stuff. This is a classic case of even does the bullet control. The fact that this gun was literally unreloadable proved that they didn't so much as playtest for 1 second. It did fix the issue a couple weeks after release. It was only because everyone was yelling at them to do so. To release a paid DLC gun with such a huge game-breaking bug is inexcusable. Bethesda truly does not care about quality. They just pump out slop and expect you to buy it without question. Then get excited for this product. I really don't know what else I can say about the Nova Strike. It's, okay, I guess. Not quite as bad as the Resident Evil, but not nearly good enough for BT either. This was the release version, it would go with the Abyss team, no doubt. But with the fixed version, I think I'll put the Nova Strike in the C tier. There's also the Plasma Cutter, which isn't really intended to be a weapon. It's an industrial tool. You see, plasma cutters are used to cut metal with a superheated beam of ionized gas, also known as plasma. They cut through metal fast and clean, and with great precision. So if a plasma cutter can cut through metal like butter, oh my goodness, I wonder what kind of damage it would do to a human. Especially this one. It's freaking huge. It must be super powerful. It turns out, the damage output is kinda lame. It doesn't cut people clean in half, sadly. It just kinda tickles them. They die slowly. Or I guess it kills low-level enemies pretty quick. It sure takes a while to kill the high-level sponges. It's really hard to tell if a weapon is powerful or underpowered. How shitty the balancing is in this game. In terms of the visual design, it's another obese Bethesda headquarters. So I don't really like it. It's just fuddly. Sure, it's an industrial tool, so it doesn't have to be pretty or ergonomic. It doesn't have to be this huge. Real plasma cutters aren't this big. It's just a box with a little tube and a torch that shoots out plasma. If there's anyone watching this video who works with plasma cutters, please let me know what you think about this design. I feel like it would be hard to make precise cuts with this thing, since your grip is so far away from the muzzle. You're just gonna start blasting and use the plasma beam afterward. Not only that, behind it either. So, what purpose does it serve? Functionally, it's a reskin of the laser cutter, all while lacking the utility of the laser cutter. So the plasma cutter is completely irrelevant. It was a total waste of resources added this late to the game. I think it would be a lot cooler if they just give you a regular old plasma. You have to carry around the box in your left hand with the torch in your right hand. That would be extremely immersive and hilarious. Slaughtering NPCs with an industrial tool sure sounds like a lot of fun. How about we make it actually useful as a tool too? It doesn't have to be a mining tool like the laser cutter. That would be redundant. So instead, how about we make it a tool for slicing through locked doors and safes? That would be awesome, because the lockpicking minigame in Starfield is absolute torture. You can easily waste 15 minutes on a single lock. I can't stand this shit. But does this lockpicking mechanics really peak in 2006 with Oblivion? It's been downhill ever since. But sadly, the designer ignored the fact that a plasma cutter is a tool. They designed it as a typical heavy weapon. That really takes away from the whole industrial tool vibe. It's supposed to be a tool, but it's built like a weapon. Sometimes it's best to keep things simple. This plasma cutter blows hot gas. It's big and bulky and stupid and serves. It should overheat and explode itself. I'm putting the plasma cutter. I'm listening to guns and Starfield's biggest DLC, Shattered Space. Right off the bat, these DLC guns do a bad Quick Strike, Starlash, Long Range, It's not entirely bad. The weapons or visual variety is nice, but when I pay $20 for a DLC, I expect new content. I don't want recycled content from the base game. That's just lazy. It feels like no love or effort was put into making these DLC guns. Like, come on, they could have added a bunch of unique experimental weapons to flesh out the arsenal of these evil space cultists. But it seems the guys have been busy.
guess I was worried for nothing.
I wish I could sit down.
spoilers now. I will have to worry too much about that.
Screenshot of rolled up sleeves, uniform patches, and a new back mounts variant for guns we got since my last video. There's a lot of things that could really improve this game. In my last video, we went over things that are confirmed to be coming to the game, mostly all good stuff. A couple of things I'm disappointed in. Let's dwell on only the positives today, because not every video has to be dogging on the devs all the time. I get tired of it, and I'm sure you guys do too. So instead of focusing on the negatives, let's look at all the things I'd like to see in BRM5 and upcoming updates. And just a rule for this video, I will not be mentioning things that are confirmed to be in the game or are a work in progress. So nothing you see in this video will be something on the Trello or developers have confirmed will be in the game. Hopefully nothing in this video is controversial. I just want to throw some things out that I'd like to see in the game. Just a quick reminder that if you like this content, hit subscribe, as I do a lot of this stuff, and make sure you put your thoughts and what you would like to see in this game. First time on my wish list is daily/weekly challenges. Right now we have missions that go out with executive and fresh ways for players to complete. They're not only run around, but in the zombies as well. These missions have no replayability at all. They're boring when you complete them the first time, and while they still offer completion, it's just not fun. It's like riding a Disneyland ride over and over. You really only feel the magic once, then you just do it because the ride is thrilling. Adding daily challenges would fix that. Not entirely, but at least give the developers a buffer to work on more stuff and keep the player based up. These challenges can be like eliminating 20 POD with a shotgun, or eliminating 5 armor level, things like that. They can give longer rewards, but it's just an extra way to make money every day. Right now, there's HQ, which makes it a cash game, but it lacks substance and actually good game. Introducing these daily challenges for great purpose.
Someone's been shot. Call the reinforcements.
The next item on my wish list is big, and if executed correctly, game-changing. It's not something you'd expect. Achievements. You heard me right. Achievements. In Roblox, most games have badges you can unlock by doing certain things in the game. BRM5 is not like most Roblox games. That's why it can be insane. There used to be interesting badges in BRM5, and believe it or not, there's still actually improving the game. One for failing the bunker raid and Runograd, and one for completing it. But there were two before that. One where you jump from a helicopter.
Everyone be ready. I hear something.
Higher, and one for bringing KP as control.
attack.
Is, and I'm not even going to explain because you're attention. However, bringing badges back will bring a wave of new players who are badge hunters, and they can even tie them.
I see.
My personal opinion on how to do this correctly would be making the
logical step is tattoos to be really cagged out. The next of the smaller updates is the ability to enter the flare camera like you could back in Operational Resurgence. I think it was Operational Resurgence, I could be wrong about that. It just adds a purpose to the co-pilot seat and the helicopters, and the technology is basically already there with the ABC rewards. So I'm not sure why they removed this one in the first place, but regardless, it needs to come back. For us creators, it's really cool for creating cinematics, and for all the LARPers out there, it's a cool way to have a group of players have Overwatch. The last thing on my wish list in this game is additions to stealth mechanics. I would like to see the ability to shoot out streetlights to make it harder for the AI to see you, as well as new spotting mechanics. You're probably like, spotting mechanics? We have those? Yes, we do. In the drone, you can hold left click to spot enemies and have them out. However, drones are really hard to do. So my alternative is to be able to spot enemies from binoculars, rangefinders, etc. And have the spotting outline last much longer than the current 10 seconds max. Similar to how Ghost Recon works, just you can't spot enemies just from looking at them. You have to be using some sort of tool like binoculars with a drone. This can also be something that can be toggleable for you LARPers out there. There are a lot more things that can be added to Hero 5 that I would love to see, but are either confirmed, denied, or completely out of the game soon. Whoa, did anyone else hear that? Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed, and be sure to let me know the things that aren't really being considered that you want to be at. Everyone, have a fantastic day, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.
The city of behind Minecraft was once any game developer's dream. Until bought and swallowed by Microsoft. According to the lead developer, Jeff, all these people would be right. Not much about that concept. Discovered the outdoor cafe and talked about previous horror scenarios Microsoft wants to make. This game needs to be occasion failures that the company within months. Microsoft had its stressful performance targets, and the next time you think of a silly Easter egg, you can have to ask your boss to get approved. Microsoft's fairliest departments. Since Microsoft's time zone is 9 hours behind Mojang's, Mojang employees have the same thing until night, infuriating meetings. According to Jeff, we had time to doubt or constantly pressuring instead. We had a meeting shortly after the acquisition where it's outside of our proposal to add tornadoes to the game. How fun is it if a random person comes along and destroys what you delete? And Microsoft didn't just add pressure. The game's founder, Notch, started a petition to give that employee a $12,000 Christmas bonus. And he were fined with lower base pay because of it. And guess what Microsoft did? They got it! Obviously, executive bonuses stay nice and high, though. Most employees work at but creative jobs on work, and instead of letting their ideas shine, Microsoft filters them through 300 layers of corporate bullshit. And to be fair, as far as corporate jobs go, this isn't remotely unique to Mojang. At least until you add the other part. When Mojang announced concept features for the 1.19 update, they weren't able to finish them all due to unsustainable workloads. They even admitted this publicly. Now, they probably shouldn't have announced it anyway. The community harassed the developers on social media. So, we got with Minecraft. Some of the more public-facing employees even got death threats. The community manager made a post about how harassment doesn't help anyone. Surely people listen, right? No. On one hand, people on the internet are going to say their opinions. But a lot of this is far beyond saying their opinion. Any random statement is treated as a promise for new updates or turns into drama. Bullrap the Minecraft
stressful. But it is worth mentioning I didn't want to get anyone fired by interviewing them for this section, so I had to do my best with what's been said publicly. But there's one person in Mojang who had a uniquely terrible experience. When Microsoft bought the game, they fired the man who hosts Minecraft's universally beloved soundtrack. And the reason is the dumbest thing you're ever going to hear in your life. Unfortunately, no, since I'm evil, you're going to have to wait until after today's sponsor. Thank you to the Eureka Honkai Star Rail series, ultimate YouTube sponsor rotation. They just released the Honkai Star Rail themed fast charging power kit. It's a limited edition box pack, charging gear and accessories inspired by the SRAM character Yao Guang. It's got to be the most elaborate package.
Are they ever going to attack us?
Ultra slim magnetic power featuring cheap 15-watt wireless charging. This means it can charge an iPhone from 0 to 50% in 30 minutes, and it has a 10,000 milliamp hour capacity, which can fully charge around twice. Next, you get a pocket-sized 60-watt foldable plug that's easy to toss into any bag, which pairs perfectly with this retractable cable. The final tech included is this fine trap, which can clip onto anything. It lets Apple users track its location. The box comes with some accessories, including a carrying pouch that can fit everything neatly inside. And if you ever lose the pouch, you can find a new fine trap. Oh my god, it's genius! If it wasn't obvious, Ugreen is genuinely leading chargers, so everything is super high quality. If you need more power, you can always upgrade to the Nexo Pro power. It has triple the charging speed of the one that's included and a real-time smart display. Check out the Ugreen and Honkai Star Rail series, link in my description, and have a chance to win a good. Now, why did Microsoft fire their beloved composer? Back in the early 2000s, long before any of this, C418 was working an awful manufacturing job. 10 hours a day, he was forced to do back-breaking manual labor. But one day, his brother introduced him to music production. He was hooked. Suddenly, this new exciting hobby occupied most of his free time. C418 never expected to make any money from music, but he did want to see where it could go. So, he joined an indie game forum in the hopes that some developers might want his music for their projects. And it was on this forum where he met the man that would change the course of his entire life. Notch. C418 started to get involved with a new indie project called Minecraft, and one day, Notch, Minecraft's developer, was ready to add music. But he was having a problem. Minecraft was such an open-ended game that any music Notch tried felt cheap and out of place. Imagine if Minecraft sounded like this and you get the idea. This is when C418 tentatively mentioned that he takes music in his spare time. So he sent a few examples. The style was very ambient. He was kind of nervous people wouldn't even recognize his music. But in that moment, Notch said the last thing. What do you think they do using sound effects for my game? This was a welcome opportunity, but Minecraft was nothing more than a prototype, so keep it. Get paid much. That is what we need. We keep 100% of the rights and royalties. We get for Kid Creative Freedom. Now, jokes aside, well, I don't know if it counts as a joke if he actually did it, but Minecraft's soundtrack was presenting some challenges. Most indie games, especially ones with pixelated graphics, had chiptune soundtracks. The C418 both didn't like the style and sucked at making it. Instead, he went for something ambient and beautiful. He used a lot of acoustic instruments to form a really calming musical landscape. Took inspiration from Apex Twin and a bunch of other names you're even less likely to recognize. But it contrasted with the Minecraft gameplay in a really nice way. Another challenge was Minecraft's super limited sound engine. It didn't support looping, and the location-based audio sucked. So, he solved this by having music played randomly and sporadically interspersed by periods of silence. This could make ordinary moments feel momentous and beautiful. C418 released the first album on March 4th, 2011, and it was met with nearly unanimous love. But despite all of this, he still had to spend the majority of his time in a cold, dark factory. But then something incredible happened. It became so huge, C418 was able to quit his job and live purely off the royalties from his music. In 2013,
2018, he released the second album, which expanded the soundtrack to new areas like the Nether and creative mode. This time, the style was darker and more electronic, and once again, it was nearly unanimously loved. It cemented itself as a core part of Minecraft's community. I personally preferred to the first one, and everything was going amazing. He quit his shitty job to pursue his passion, and life couldn't be better. Until everything changed. In 2014, Minecraft was acquired by Microsoft. Uniquely, C418 owned 100% of the rights and royalties to the music. Made perfect sense for an indie game, but there wasn't a snowball's chance in hell Microsoft would let that happen again. The only way C418 would be allowed to continue making music for Minecraft is if he gave up the rights to it completely. They were at a standstill. C418 even had an entire finished third album fully ready to be added to the game, but Microsoft wouldn't budge. The album is still yet to see the light of day. So, they tried negotiating again. We don't know the specifics, but it seems like this time they worked something out. In 2018, he did contribute 3 tracks to 1.13, but those will be his final contributions to the soundtrack, ever. To this day, they failed to properly work something out. Microsoft wanted to hire new composers like Lena Raine, who's talented and prolific in her own right, but Microsoft ultimately owns her work. That being said, all things considered, the new soundtrack she and the other artists made have done a remarkably good job of following up the work of C418.
Such a nice
It's
day.
obviously not C418 music, but it's as close as you can get. The new editions are also much more biome-specific instead of just playing randomly. I don't know, or so I haven't played with music on in years, but anyway. Big Step is a bad example, but if you go through a bunch of the soundtrack that these various artists have made, a lot of it's a pretty commendable follow-up to C418. Being said, it seems for now C418 will never do music for Minecraft again, even though he would like to. He continued to do soundtracks independently, like for Cookie Clicker, but music is an incredibly volatile income. It's like being a user for multiple items. There's a reason I know how to make music and choose to do this instead. C418 also doesn't trust the music streaming industry for a second, so he knew he needed some kind of way to have a more reliable, consistent income. And that brings me to 2021. He co-founded an indie game studio called IV Road, and recently he came out with the soundtrack for their first game. It's called Wanderstop. It's a cozy simulator themed to Burnout. Working as a full-time composer for this studio makes a lot of sense, and he also started selling Minecraft albums on vinyl, which is something he could never do under Microsoft. So he seems to be doing well. He's passionately tweeting about trans rights, and overall, parasocially judging by his Twitter account, he seems happy. And that would be fine. All of that would be great, right? There's really no way to transition this because it came so out of the blue. But just this year, something incredible happened. One of the greatest musical honors of all time. He was added to the Library of Congress. Now, if you're like 14 or you're not American, you might not know what that is. Basically, it's one of the largest libraries in the world run by the U.S. government. The goal is to preserve things that are culturally or historically significant for centuries and millennia to come. They only select 25 recordings per year to add. And this year, one of these slots was filled by C418's first album for Minecraft. This is only the second video game soundtrack to be included, and the first full album. The only other one is the original Mario game. A spokesperson said that gentle electronic music perfectly complements Minecraft's open-ended nature, and praised its ability to create instant nostalgia. They get it, because C418 owns all of the rights to his music, despite Microsoft preferring otherwise. All of the video game those in my head.
Oh, come on.
It's about this, all the people covering it solely focused on him. It wasn't just a Minecraft soundtrack. Microsoft must be fuming. C418's music is iconic, up there in the metaphorical video game Hall of Fame. It's influenced a generation of players, and I bet I'm not the only one who's listened to Minecraft music during some of the most pivotal and emotional moments in my life. The only thing that's changed now is someone has officially recognized it. But C418 isn't the only artist Minecraft screwed over. If you're in the 4% of people who beat the Ender Dragon, you'll have seen what's called the End Poem. It's these two supposed higher beings discussing the player, and the meaning is very subjective, and I'm not an English teacher. upsetting story of how the phone got there. In 2011, Notch was preparing for Minecraft's official launch, and he had a problem. His game didn't have an ending, so he furiously drafted a tweet. This got him in
I wish I could
contact
sit
with Julian,
down.
who we'd briefly met 2 years before. Julian was unleashed with not known style I can best describe as spiritual, and after sending a sample of his work, he was hired. Everything from this point on is directly from Julian's blog post, by the way. What? Nope. Okay, can some bits of text be encrypted? Sure. That's actually why this effect exists, by the way. But to get a feel for Minecraft, Julian spent the next couple weeks playing it with his daughter, and once he was familiar with it, he says the words of the poem just flowed out of him. Notch ended up loving it and didn't cut a single thing. But during Notch's artsy, friendly talks with Julian, he referred him to his friend, Carl, to get paid. Carl was not a friend. Carl was a ruthless business graduate and major shareholder in Mojang. Notch made him sound so non-threatening. Julian negotiated as if Carl was just trying to come to a fair agreement. But as Julian explained his detailed artistic vision, Carl got fed up. Said $20,000 of the deal's off with some vague promise to promote his work. It was worth $100 million and sold 50 copies of it. Julian wasn't super aware of this though, and he was broke, so he just took it. I'll send the contract soon. Alright. I haven't signed anything yet. Why did I get paid? In the confusion, someone must have sent the money, but it was another month before he actually got the contract. And when he finally did, he was kind of frustrated. I mean, how could he meaningfully consent to a contract? He didn't even see before they used the story, so he didn't sign it. Good on him. Shortly after this, Notch randomly paid an $120,000 bonus to all 25 of his employees, which is 6 times what Julian got for his actual work. He was financially struggling, and Carl still hadn't promoted him like he promised, so Julian tried to take things into his own hands. He asked Notch if he could have a little shout-out for him. Notch just said no, leaving Julian embarrassed for even trying. A few years go by, Carl randomly sends him a reminder of the contract attached. This time, though, Julian actually reads it. Apparently, he would have signed away all of his rights to his work in perpetuity, something he explicitly told Carl he wouldn't do. He also had an NDA, so he couldn't even take credit for his own poem. Julian was outraged, but he also wondered why Carl was reminding him now of all poems, so he looked into it. Microsoft was about to buy Mojang for $2.5 billion. Most of that would go to Notch, but some of it would be given to the other two shareholders, which happened to be Carl. Microsoft's lawyers were just doing their due diligence, making sure Mojang would said it did, and Carl had to scramble to get the rights to the poem they'd already been using. This was the one thing preventing the deal from going through, and Julian, once again, refused to sign the contract. Fired back, saying the vague emails where he threatened to drop Julian were suddenly enough for Microsoft, and the $2.5 billion deal went through. Notch was also pissed after hearing Julian's refusal. Julian was left with no money, reading headlines about Notch's record-breaking mansion and considering his options. He could sue and probably win, or what he actually ended up doing. He dedicated his poem to the public domain, meaning you could sell it on a t-shirt if you wanted. Julian sometimes regrets not bringing in an agent, but even after all this bullshit, he's still able to see Carl's perspective. I think Carl, with his background as a corporate finance guy, must have believed I was trying to blackmail them, trying to maximize my revenue like the irrational agents that populate economics textbooks. This really sucks. This blessing of a person got his work ripped by one of the richest companies in the world. It's not like there's anything we can do about it. I will say though, when he came forward with this story, he got an incredible amount of support. His subscriber numbers for updates on like his book that's coming out literally tripled in the first 24 hours. There's also the top post on r/Minecraft that got picked up by a couple news organizations. With that being said, I would bet most of you still didn't know this happened. Microsoft's been doing a very good job of keeping it from going mainstream. One thing that definitely has been covered in the mainstream, but covered without nuance, is what happened to Notch, Minecraft's creator. Many people believe it ties back to one trait that's been with Notch his entire life: impulsivity. When Notch was 24, he got a job at the game studio King, making various old browser games. This is the same company that made Candy Crush, but he was starting out his interest with other games. His real passion was always to develop games of his own. King didn't allow this, but they didn't allow him to do it as a business, and he was starting to feel like it was between him and what he truly loved doing. So, in a rash decision, he quit his job. This is before he had any kind of momentum whatsoever in film skills, so it was very impulsive. game about what people were unintentionally doing in Infinite Winter, building. This is when Ruby Dog became what we know today as Minecraft. After a very short development period of just 2 months, he released the first alpha version of the game. Immediately, Minecraft earned a huge, unprecedented amount of organic growth for an indie game. It just blew up.
They say the first million was difficult. Like, I didn't expect to make a lot of it, though. I did.
But this had the unfortunate side effect of teaching those that putting things when they get tough, how we did with his job at game, to probably work out. Little did he know, his lesson would have terrible consequences. Minecraft is obviously not his most famous project, but it wasn't the only game he made, and this is important. He looked into various game jams like Blunder and Java 4K. He made this game Minecraft 4K for the Java 4K components, where you have to fit your entire game into just 4 kilobytes. Now, for comparison, regular Minecraft takes over a million, so it was quite the feat. But all these random contests solely served to not just terribly committing to his projects. After about 2 years of developing Minecraft, Notch was getting overwhelmed with the project and the massive responsibility that came with it. The constant expectations, the pressure to keep topping himself, and it was starting to feel like weight of the passion was running. So he did exactly what he learned to do as soon as things got hard. He quit. Well, not the release of Blunder, though. He passed the lead role over to Jeff. Notch's credit has been an amazing job since. Dare I say better than Notch? Once again, Notch learned the best way to run when things get tough is to quit. And arguably, this is kind of what happened with his marriage, too. Because right around the same time, he got divorced just months into his commitment. Although that's very speculative, and I don't want you to quote me on that. So, now that Notch gave up the responsibilities of running Minecraft, suddenly found his life to be very empty. What do you do when there's nothing left in your life to give you purpose because you just quit the thing that gave you purpose? Do you maybe realize you made a mistake and start it up again? No! Notch started working on a sequel, and the reason you probably haven't heard about it is because he hit this one too. Jesus Christ! Zero X10C was a sandbox game set in space, and it was very ambitious. He even got C418 to do the soundtrack. Over the period of Notch developing and hyping up this game, it built quite the cult following. But in early 2013, not long after the project began, Notch was running into a brick wall. With Minecraft, it was pretty easy to iteratively add features over time and release them as updates. But 0x10c was much more complicated. Everything was so interlinked, and that didn't really work. This meant that Notch would have to do something he'd never done before. Commit to the same project for multiple years straight without the validation of releasing it. And he was starting to get burnt out and demotivated, saying the effort sucked any fun out of the project. But the deeper he got, the more tangled it became. And unsurprisingly, August 13th, the game was indefinitely shelved. Fans were pissed. Notch's impulsivity clearly didn't just affect him, it hurt entire communities of people. Throughout this whole arc of developing Minecraft's spiritual successor in space, Notch was still the public face of Minecraft itself. All the criticism was directed at him. This came to a head in June of 2014. Up until this point, Mojang technically banned pay-to-win servers, but it wasn't really enforced. Until all of a sudden, Mojang gave servers a deadline. Remove pay-to-win products within 1 month or your server would be blacklisted. There was immediate backlash. Just save Minecraft hashtag erupted on Twitter. And obviously on its face, banning pay-to-win seems like a good thing, but completely, even on non-competitive games? In my view, the gambling loot boxes are the main issue. When servers tried to combine, most of them went out of business. Minebox's profit dropped by 80%, and this ultimately led to their downfall. So, it's a complex issue, and I think Mojang could have done a better job communicating it. Throughout the drama, 95% of the public blame landed squarely on Notch himself. The worst part was that none of this was even his decision, but he was still expected to answer for it. You know, as any CEO is supposed to. And he tried, for a little while, but eventually it became too much. And real quick, I obviously haven't been in the situations Notch has, but I do think he has an above average amount of impulsivity just comparing him to other successful people.
Oh my PC.
Getting hate for trying to do the right thing is not my gig.
This tweet was a joke, but immediately after, tons of companies called asking if he was serious. EA, Division, Microsoft. And after really thinking about it for only a few hours, Notch realized he was. Once again, when things became difficult, Notch impulsively took the easy way out and quit. Microsoft purchased Minecraft for $2.5 billion, and Notch's 71% stake got him $1.8 billion of it. On its face, it seems like quitting works once again. This time it wouldn't last. From the outside, his new life looked like a billionaire's dream. He immediately purchased a $70 million, 8-bedroom, 15-bathroom Beverly Hills mansion. Literally broke the record for homes in the area. Once he moved in, he started hosting extravagant parties with famous people and earned a bit of a crazy reputation in the LA partying scene. He also started up a new game studio called Rubber Brand AB. I'll check back on this later. But inside those mansion walls, surrounded by everything Notch ever thought he wanted, he felt nothing. Every party was the same. The guests leave and he's standing alone in 23,000 square feet of silence.
Hanging out in Ibiza with a bunch of friends and partying with famous people, able to do whatever I want. I've never felt more isolated. The problem with getting everything is you run out of reasons to keep trying. And human interaction becomes impossible due to imbalance. Great girl, but she's afraid of me and my lifestyle, and went to a normal person instead.
It's easy to dismiss his feelings because he has money and he's not a great person. Like, how could a billionaire be depressed, right? But when everything is handed to you on a silver platter, you run out of reasons to try. And that's gotta be a shitty feeling. So he started looking for people to play, which led him to political extremism. It's okay to be right. Okay, sure, I guess I agree. SJW, stupid Jew told W. Good one, bro. Hashtag International Women's Day, you're an inspiration and a cook. That might be funny if I didn't think he was serious. Global warming is a hoax? Okay? If we were allowed to discuss IQ differences between populations, there'd be fewer conspiracy theories. If you're against the concept of a heterosexual pride day, you're a complete fucking cunt that deserve to be shot. That's a racist anti-Semite billionaire. His input doesn't mean anything. Billionaire? Q is legit. Don't trust the media? Other replies to send he's serious. So, like, he actually thinks that QAnon is real. Come on, Dodge. He wasn't tweeting because he believed he was a grand political figure. I think he was mostly just lashing out. After blessing the entire internet with this uninterrupted stream of consciousness, Notch immediately got canceled. Who would have thought? News outlets were all over it, and the primarily left-wing fan base of Minecraft was in uproar. So much so that Microsoft thought it prudent to scrap him from the game completely. Every splash text mentioning Notch was removed. They didn't feature him in Minecraft's 10-year anniversary explicitly because of his tweets. And until very recently, they refused to mention his name on the channel. I bet it hurt. Imagine creating something that revolutionized gaming and then watching the people who own it pretend you never existed. So, a few years go by, Notch is still a deeply troubled man. But in 2021, we got the clearest possible example. If you remember, back in 2014, right after he sold Minecraft, he founded that game studio called Rubber Brand AB. But since then, the studio spent $6 million on various games, and in that 7-year time span, not a single one of them was released. This is speculative, but I like to think this actually got through to him. His job at Kane grew Minecraft with a different developer, but that didn't help. He quit that too. He quit his marriage. He quit every single game he tried to start since. Notch may have lucked into unfathomable wealth, but he left behind everything that gave his life a purpose. But it rock bottom. The only way to go is up. He rebranded his game studio Rubber Brain to Midshift Entertainment for a fresh start, and he started work on a new game, Levers and Chests, a roguelike dungeon crawler that looks like it has some serious potential. Tweet screenshots of it here and there, but the impulsive tendencies don't go away that easily, and one day, they got the best of him.
The new game I'm passionately working on is currently set to be a traditional roguelike mixed with a time-based first-person dungeon crawler, but then I got to thinking that maybe there are people who like my work, but might not share my taste in retro nostalgia, and would prefer for me to make a spiritual successor thing to Minecraft. And I mean, sure, I'd take that cash.
Then he attached a poll. In the replies, Notch begged people to vote for Levers and Chests. He seems genuinely passionate about the project. But when the votes started rolling in, reality hit him like a brick. Minecraft 2 obviously won the poll, so he half-heartedly tweeted promises that he's a man of his word and that the game would come out a few days later.
Yo, can I make Minecraft 2?
If you do that, we'll be seeing you.
Kind regards.
Minecraft is in the past. It moved on without him. Now, it was Notch's turn to move on too. If he wanted people to take it seriously again, he has to hurry. Livers and Chests is yet to release, but honestly, I'm excited for it. I think there's a good chance Notch has genuinely learned from his mistakes. Tentatively hopeful it'll actually come out this time. His tweets were awful, and I'm guilty of dunking on him as much as the next guy. Notch wasn't stupid. Just poorly aged marriage. But he would soon regret that decision, because he would lose half of his net worth. This is also 2 years before Notch's divorce. You think Joel might have been Notch's gay awakening? This kind of marks the end of the peak of Notch's life. More on that later. How many slurs do you think he can type with his eyes closed? The villagers Jews? No. Are the Endermen African Americans? Some of them get to experience the inside of his brain. They probably don't do it more than the next guy, other than think about it. But if we don't give him the chance for a fresh start, it's only going to make things worse. The best word to describe his recent tweets is, as stupid as it sounds, jolly. He stopped being nearly as offensive on Twitter. He's back to making games, and he's even moved out of LA. Not inside his head, but this video has gotten dangerously close to psychoanalyzing him. And frankly, I could be wrong about all of this. But he genuinely seems to be unaware that he's never been before. I see that as a win. Back in Microsoft, on the other hand, Microsoft has been silently testing the aggressively way to monetize Minecraft. Dual Tech players on both Bedrock and Java, up to multiple modders, YouTubers, and even creator of the Skibidi Toilet official scandal. But that's it. I'll tell you firsthand, this goes so much deeper than that. servers are monetized, and that it will be clarified in the next version of EULA. It's not necessarily Microsoft's intention, but this EULA being different deters people from even attempting to make money on the job. There's the possibility of being paid like a carrot on the stick. Step 3, eliminate competition. Oh wait, they already did that. Step 4, force suppliers to accept unfairly low prices. Microsoft takes a 62.5% cut. For comparison,
really go like
community like Java initial platform that's forced to monetize purely through advertising still only takes 25%. I feel like it should be pretty clear by this point that whether or not it's legal, because like Google is legal too, the Bedrock marketplace is effectively a monopoly. And what Microsoft wants more than anything is to make their monopoly stronger. So to do this, Microsoft has been trying to entice Java creators to move to Bedrock. For example, Noxcrew is one of the most famous Minecraft content studios. Back in 2016, they put 7 entire for the most ambitious map yet. Terra School Floors, full of features never seen in Minecraft.
I'm hit!
Like it literally has full voice acting, but this almost made them go bankrupt. The entire map made them about $50, leaving the company to rely on 2 big companies say claim Skyblock or the Aether as their own original idea, there's not much the actual original creators can do. These partnered creators and their employees are the only people allowed to make money from their work, and even then, Microsoft takes most of it. So wow, that sounds really fucked up. But hang on. Google's app stores both take 30% of sales, and Microsoft handles hosting, distribution, purchases, moderation, and provides a full game engine, and it's still lower than Roblox's 75%. There's also something to be said for the fact that plenty of creators have been able to go full-time. That's invariably a good thing. If the top talent gets paid, they'll keep making more content, which boosts the longevity of Minecraft as a whole. So, is Microsoft's strategy really as bad as it seems? You're probably wondering how Microsoft is even able to stop people from making money. It's not like mods contain any of Minecraft's actual code. Well, apparently it relies on something called derivative works, although there are some exceptions. If a mod overhauls the game completely, it's possible they'd have some legal standing. But most mods don't do that, and the ones that do are unlikely to go to court with big tech. So Microsoft can essentially do whatever they want. Who's to say they shouldn't? Under current US law, a company's primary duty is with shareholders, which basically means legally they have to maximize profits. This all goes back to a landmark case in 1916. I promise this is important. The price of Ford's flagship car was regularly being decreased while the wages for his employees were going up. The founder, Henry Ford, wanted to pay his shareholders less and instead developed the Ford's new factories for his production and trade jobs. The shareholders were not happy about this. Two of them, John and Horace Dodge, filed a lawsuit in the EE state of Michigan. Because this is America, they actually won. And this set a precedent that remains to this day. By the way, Ford was doing this to squeeze out the other shareholders because he correctly suspected the Dodge brothers were going to start a rival car company. The fact of the matter is, companies are legally incentivized to run profits above ethics until their methods become straight up illegal, and sometimes past that point. If it's more efficient for shipping but it pollutes the environment, guess what? Do it anyway. Okay, you can probably tell I think this is bullshit. The richest people in the world put their money through investing or higher management at large companies. For anyone lower down in the company, the incentive structure is set up in a way where it makes the most sense for their boss to cut their pay to increase the money given to investors, even though the investors actually do the work that keeps the company in business.
As I always say, steal from the poor and give to the rich. Alright, Jeff Bezos' daddy's home.
Almost half of American companies to dominate the global economy and made every other country afraid to move with us. Most Americans has just made it hard to put food on the table. Let's circle this back to Microsoft. Legally, they're doing what they're supposed to by maximizing their profits. But that doesn't make it right. Minecraft is a paid game, so they've already made what they deem their product to be worth. Why, other than just that's how the law is, should they also take it out of the creation people like using Minecraft as a base? It's the exact thing the Bedrock Marketplace is designed to do. Point is, most of people are able to create Minecraft full-time, especially on Bedrock. It's not very many, and it's a lot less than there should be. But maybe it doesn't have to be like this. According to Yale Professor Jonathan Macy,
as long as corporate directors and CEOs claim to be maximizing profits for shareholders, they will be taken at their word because it is impossible to refute these corporate officials' self-serving assertions about their motives.
Microsoft also stayed terribly performing CEO for 14 years and shareholders kept him around. So in theory, emphasis on in theory, because I'm not totally confident in this, Microsoft could implement a more fair for creator system in addition to what they're already doing, and shareholders could improve if there was even anything illegal. What system then? Should this So the obvious answer is just allow anyone to charge money and force the marketplace to compete. This is certainly what I thought in my last video was, but let's explore in that video. Someone made a Reddit thread breaking apart everything I said. So I brought them on for debate.
I'm Turtler. I made mods for mini games.
Really, I had to scroll very much right now.
Minecraft community and trust is very.
Anyone there?
So far, Spigot plugins
Come in. We've got intruders.
In games like Minecraft and Roblox, we see that once you have a financial incentive, big corporations and general bad faith actors come in to try and make a quick buck.
This is honestly a good point. It's a valid downside to doing it.
Modders can go in knowing that they can bring profit in. Does that incentivize them to make better products or money grabs? Sky, what you want to first?
I think different people will respond to it in different ways. Some people will be incentivized to make better work. Some people will be incentivized to make something. I think the bigger impact is like longevity overall. If you can make money from something, there is an incentive to keep doing it.
There are many modders who push a projects. And when you start your own little passion project, money, the average modder will be far less likely to either start up their own projects or contribute to existing projects.
Scott, would you like to respond to that?
Counterpoint to that is I think the free mod where people are contributing to it could easily coexist with a mod someone makes for money. Developers also have oftentimes full-time jobs that they do. If they're not doing that and they're choosing to mod as a hobby anyway, I don't see why they would choose to mod less as a hobby just because they can make money from something a little closer to their hobby. Circular didn't challenge this, but he should have. That was a dumb point. I think there would be a bit of a decline in free mods because of this. There's also some other problems. What if someone made a fork of Sodium, for example, changing the name, letting it perform better, and then sold it? That just sucks for everyone. Also, if there's money to be made without regulation, it's only a matter of time before there's a New York Times article about 8 Minecraft sex mods. So clearly leaving it unregulated has a lot of problems.
Last question. Oh, well, actually, first, you're our sponsor. Maker Media Plus, subscribe to the okay. Yes, a official Java marketplace.
I would be highly against a marketplace in Java because you see in Bedrock, they're full of low quality, low effort content, burying like actual good passion projects.
I agree, but I also think a Java marketplace is the most likely thing Microsoft might actually try, since it lets them profit there too. Ideally, with a bit lower of a cut. So why haven't they done it? Some of you might be thinking it's because Mojang is trying to phase out Java Edition, but that's actually just a rumor. The real plan, at least according to Jeff at a random convention 7 years ago, was this. Fan base, lots of free content, more customization, you get the idea. Marketplace on Java would ruin that genuinely respectable vision. On top of that, Java players would fucking buy it if they saw a marketplace on there. When that many Ted Sarfis tried charging for his one mod, people got really pissed. There were some valid reasons for this, but most of what I was seeing was more like this.
WTF, this mod breaks the EULA. Are you seriously enforcing Microsoft's EULA right now?
Well, it's illegal.
No, it's just grounds for them to delete your Minecraft account. And we'll be fine without your help.
It's still bad.
You know Microsoft is the same company who spent their regrets befriending Jeffrey fucking Epstein after he was already convicted.
I believe the need for grid is to make money outweighs you not wanting to pay for mods and also not wanting anyone else to pay for mods. I know not everyone has the money to throw around, but mods will literally remain free most of the time. It's just so much easier to get traction power. And it's simply very possible to play entire mod packs without paying, since mod packs with paid mods just not get downloaded. Barely any office would include them in the first place because of it. As proof paid work makes it much harder to gain traction, we can look at the server plugin landscape. Most of it's free, even though you're perfectly allowed to charge money. This is partly because most developers are hobbyists and don't want to deal with the refunds and support necessitated by charging money, but it's also just really hard to convince people to buy something. Because of this, paid plugins are nowhere near as popular, but they still earn a hell of a lot more than the minimal ad revenue and donations that free plugins get. Bringing this back to mods, even in the few cases you would need to buy a mod to play with a friend or something, there's no reason that friend can't send you a zip of their mod pack. Like, yeah, that's technically piracy, but I doubt anyone cares. Piracy is inevitable online, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't try to charge money. There's an entire website for stolen Spigot plugins, and thousands of people still buy them legitimately every year. And one way or another, Java modders need to be able to make money.
I have over 200 million downloads, the 5th most downloaded mod on Modriff. I finished my uni at the start of the year and now have a full-time job to be able to afford food.
Now this is gonna be fun. So first, let me check it if they finish it yet. Maybe 50 and This is something. This is openness. Not really peace. Just openness.
The one that was so much worse. The most controversial update. Win drama was the final straw for Notch.
I know I want to buy my share of Bojack so I can move on with my life. Getting hate for trying to do the right thing is not my game.
Then, as I'm sure you know, Notch sold Minecraft to Microsoft. At this point, Notch's strategy of just posting his every unfiltered thought on Twitter was actually pretty good. Mojang and Notch stayed in touch with the community because they were constantly interacting, and it turns out it's actually really easy to handle controversies when you're just 100% honest. So glad we get to experience the inside of his brain, but with Microsoft taking help, this would all change overnight. Directly after the acquisition, there was a huge gap in updates. Most of that time was spent restructuring Mojang and making internal code base improvements. But this also meant Mojang's era of complete and utter transparency with the community was over. Plus, with Notch gone, Microsoft would have to relearn how to run Mojang from scratch. That's probably a good time to mention that I don't presume to know the internal goings-on at Mojang. This is just my best educated guess. Anyway, after this huge gap in updates is when Mojang made their biggest mistake of all time. Minecraft 1.9 fundamentally changed Minecraft's combat forever. It added attack cooldowns, dual wielding, shields, overall moving away from spam-click combat. But a lot of people really liked spam-click combat. It seems like Mojang's new management completely missed the mark the community actually wanted. There was immediate backlash. Basically, all of the major PvP servers never updated past 4.8. Genuinely, a majority of players at the time believed in ruined PvP. Obviously, it's grown on some people, but the combat update was so controversial that to this day, it still hasn't been implemented landed on Bedrock Edition, although this is partly because it doesn't lend itself to mobile controls. Jeb released several experimental snapshots trying to address the combat backlash, but by this point, I'm guessing the rest of Mojang didn't want to touch combat with a 30-foot pole. Sure. It wasn't just instantly damaged.
I feel like I'm crippled apart.
So, they implemented a very high quality bar, tons of review processes, rigorous testing, but they somewhat overcorrected, because the next few updates were sparse. Let me go through every single feature added in 1.10. So there's fossils, there's obviously bone blocks with that, magma blocks, red nether bricks, nether ore blocks, structure voids, husks, strays, polar bears. By the way, these two weren't even properly added. Like, there's no spawnings for them yet. There's also / teleport, which is like not much either. And finally, auto jump, which everyone famously loves. So, husks, strays, red nether brick, and / teleport are all reskins of existing features. Nether ore blocks and polar bears were absolute nothing burgers, and magma blocks and auto jump were arguably disliked at the time, if anything.
Uh-oh. Oh man, guess I'm out. Oh, that does. It's a trade-off. I've been using YouTube for too long. Even though I already set it in low data consumption mode, but well, I guess it doesn't work out as much as I intended to be. It's fine. Can I? I guess I could try. Oh yeah. Oh, what the fuck you? Well, there goes another one. How did that even happen, bro? Well, at least now I can confirm that it's work. Oh, I guess I have to do that jumping again. Man, my laptop cannot handle that. That's the thing. Yeah. Most of the quite love basic, I would say. What? Well, that's a very good scenery, but unfortunately I died right there. This is taking too long, let me say. Attempt number 3. Man, I really want a kind of monster, let me say. This is replying to me. If not because of this only performance that thought, then maybe it would have got faster. Just because of this. Can't see anything, man. This mission requires good reflexes, but what are the good reflexes if I can't even freaking move? That's the problem. Oh.
Base, we're under attack. Multiple gunshots heard.
Mission success. ส่วนลายไปทางนู้น
เ
Oh my PC. I'm just gonna drop it to 6. Oh, I have gone too far. Well, there go my streak. I would. What a bad laptop. Oh my. It's just so fucking glitch. Yeah, just so. Give me a better one. Oh man. I should have just approached them. Or should I just straight up go to the damn mountains because it's actually easier to do them solo than that one. But man, considering how painful this is, should have about to at least 14. I guess only 15, but they actually categorize it with the slappable things, so fair enough. Things like freaking possible. Headmaster as well. That would be crazy if someone actually done that. They would just join the 200 or more ones that got the achievement, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Are you gonna? Climb the mountain, please? Missed. Yeah. Oh man. How long have I been doing this? Four hours. 4 hours for only. Man, I guess Aeronautica communities like this, they love torturing themselves. Like, are you unemployed or something? I also have some jobs to do. But man, these things, devil, bro, suffering. Look! Oh, even my frame can handle this. You'll be shitting me, bro. The graphic quality is already 1. How much do you even need? Freaking torture. Stop the frame lag, there's nothing here. Yeah, my mentor is crying quickly. Should I go figure a better way out? Because as you can see, sniping was a very difficult option that requires a that require a better device, not a lot of something. It just need a better device, which I don't have. And this is holy hell. It's just so bad I don't feel. Frustrated. It's very simple, just like that. If you know, you know. Whatever. Deprive me from other mentality to the physically. Deprive me mentality physically. That's just it. Why am I blabbling around like that? Oh God. What am I even looking at?
Every common enemy in Payday 2. Security guards. You'll see these guys in every heist. The most
Some other guys use them as paperweight.
Bên cạnh này chắc chắn là khoảnh khắc tuyệt vọng nhất lịch sử Marvel, là bước ngoặt quan trọng nhất trong toàn bộ hành trình phát triển của Loki, càng là minh chứng cho đức tin ngàn năm sụp đổ trong trước mặt. Phải biết rằng đá vô cực chính là thứ anh ta dùng cả đời làm công cụ tối thượng để theo đuổi giấc mơ. Vậy mà giờ đây lại bị cái cơ quan quản lý thời gian này coi như mớ ve chai vứt lăn lóc khắp nơi. Giờ phút này dẫu có dùng cạn từ ngữ bí đắt nhất, có diễn tả được cảm xúc trong lòng anh. Vậy trong video hôm nay chúng ta sẽ cùng mổ xẻ sự sụp đổ nhận thức từ một vị thần xuống hàm tôm tép này. Trước tiên phải nói về bối cảnh trong tâm trí của cậu Nika, một viên đá vô cực đã dư sức giúp bản thân có được mọi thứ, bao gồm cả sức mạnh vô song hàng áo ước, ngôi vương Asgard cao cao tại thượng, quyền thống trị cả cõi vũ trụ, nên anh mới không màng đến việc phản bội người thân, chịu vạn người vì bá. Nhớ hồi Malekith sức quân đánh khúc Asgard, cậu con nuôi vì chút lòng tham cá nhân đã vô tình làm liên lụy đến người mẹ yêu thương mình. Dù có đau lòng bằng cậu, nhưng sau đó vẫn giết kịch giả bốc hơi để lừa ông anh trai, lưu đày chăn nuôi và tiếp tay ấm cướp ngai vàng. Mãi đến khi nghe những lời trăn trối của thần Odin, vị thần xảo quyệt mới tỉnh ngộ, nhưng cũng vọng giành lấy đá không vẫn chưa một ngày dừng lại. Hậu quả là rất hay đội quân của Thanos đến hồi năm, chi tiết quân đội thần dân đi, con này lần sớm vào đến nhà nước treo sợi tóc, thậm chí đánh đổi luôn cả mạng sống của chính mình. Có thể nói
That is
liền với mấy viên đá kể từ
hey.
thì đã dễ dàng ra bằng xịu như đi chợ dùng dây đá cũng dựng để mở toang lỗ hổng khổng lồ giúp binh đoàn chi tâu đi vào.
Should I do this last?
Đến điện thoại rõ ràng thứ sức mạnh tối thượng này đã thỏa mãn được cái tính thích kiểm soát của anh chàng, được người gieo vào đầu niềm tin rằng đá vô cực chính là nóc nhà sức mạnh của vũ trụ. Thế nên sau này cứ ở ra lúc nào đã nghĩ như rằng phải bỏ túi một viên cho bằng được, và chính sự tôn sùng tột độ này đã tạo nên cú sốc tâm lý cực mạnh ở phân cảnh hiện tại. Dù mang dòng máu khổng lồ bằng được Odin nhận về, nhưng hoàng tử Asgard vẫn là người chính chủ, đệ nhất pháp sư của cửu giới, cùng với danh xưng thần lừa lòng học điệu.
Loki, Prince of Asgard.
Phải công nhận trong hệ giá trị của nhân vật này.
Man, just gonna go right down first. The OU.
Yeah, this guy here. Although he is directly facing me, but he don't really. Or I had hard to kill him. Never mind. I just ended it. Where are you? Let's get 238. This smoke. Boston by every smoke. Yeah. Yeah. Reload, please. This was not a problem, which is normally fine, but it doesn't reach against since, condition tips. Yeah, 100% gas for PC's recipe. Alright, that's really what about. And this guy here. Oh, he is directly facing me, but never mind, I just you just create this mode.
If you place a cherry lock shelf and trap door with a lever and lightning rods, you can create a simple slot machine.
Đây là Mai, một nữ sinh trung học dễ thương, xinh xắn và hoạt bát. Mai rất yêu thương gia đình, đặc biệt là anh trai Makoto, chạc tuổi của cô. Makoto là chàng trai có tất cả mọi thứ. Ngoại hình, gia đình cho đến học vấn cũng đều khiến mọi người ngưỡng mộ. Vào một ngày đẹp trời, Mai phát hiện anh trai mình ở trong một vũ trụ. Như đó khoảng nghĩa của cô từ trên thực tế rằng anh trai mình là một sắc voi hàng loạt. Không chỉ cô em gái mà mọi người là nên Makoto đã đưa vào một học sinh trong trường chuyên sinh bao gồm cả em này. Cách này để ngăn chặn việc đó xảy ra, anh nghĩ anh trai đã hoàn người khác, tự làm hại sự để bản đá trong Makoto thay đổi. Tin tốt là Makoto sẽ thay đổi, nhưng không còn muốn CBD người khác mà không có lý do nữa. Còn tin xấu là không sử dụng tất cả mọi người như công cụ, chỉ để chiếm được Mai để riêng mình thực hiện. Sau khi tốt nghiệp, Makoto bày tỏ quan điểm duy trì dòng máu bí mật với cha mẹ và hẹn hai sức mạnh mãi mãi về sau. Bắt được mình. Đây là Mai.
What?
Dễ thương, xinh xắn và hoạt bát. Mai rất yêu thương gia đình, đặc biệt là anh trai Makoto, chạc tuổi của cô. Makoto là chàng trai có tất cả mọi thứ. Vậy hết, gia đình cho đến học vấn cũng đều khiến mọi người ngưỡng mộ. Một ngày đẹp trời, Mai phát hiện anh trai mình như đó bằng nghĩa tính chất của vẻ.
What a beautiful day.
Wait, that's legendary, bro. Well, how did the second one fail? I don't even know.
This is disgusting. Little children use your products. With Crayola products sold in more than 80 countries and packaged in 12 different languages, Crayola is very much a global company. The word Negro appears along with the words black and noir because it is the literal Spanish translation of the word black. What? I'm Spanish. That's not the problem. How dare you using French? At Crayola, this is disgusting. Little children use your products. With Crayola products sold in more than 80 countries and packaged in 12 different languages, Crayola is very much a global company. The word
Genuinely the best plan I've ever seen. Genuinely the best plan I've ever seen.
Thiết bị này đang thám hiểm sa mạc và vô tình phát hiện có hang động. Bên trong là một quan tài cổ đại chứa một nguyên nhân ai được đang nằm trong đó. Thấy vật nguy hiểm trước mặt anh nhanh chóng lấy vũ khí trong quần rồi khám phá từng góc ngách bên trong rồi sau đó anh bỏ chạy nhanh như anh dắt bỏ con. Tuy nhiên vài năm sau đang dậy thì anh Kay đã tìm đến tận nhà anh kèm theo quà tặng là một nhóc 2 tháng tuổi để đòi tiền tru cấp. Và để giữ được bạn phải để anh giành được uy hiếp không ngờ anh đã trở thành cái sảnh óc ô trong khu vực. Thanh niên này đang thám hiểm sa mạc và vô tình phát hiện có hang động. Để anh giành được uy hiếp không ngờ anh đã trở thành cái sảnh óc.
Leaving
người nói rồi. Nói quá, hacker, ông làm gì ở đây đây? Cho tôi xin một điểm bản khuyến khảo đi ra. Tôi đóng.
We need reinforcements. Someone's been shot.
Let's knock it. Holy hell.
If only I had a strawberry matcha right now.
Can you see it? It's backing out very hard, I would say.
Man, this train is not letting up.
Oof. 2 more left, and we're done. Oh my god. Let's see if anybody has claimed it yet. No one. That's weird. They told me that they have done like freaking half of it. Somehow they haven't finished it yet. That's weird. That's very weird. Oh my god, my laptop. Holy hell. Sounds not a lot, but it's actually tougher than that. You see? Well, at least it's still better than doing with the others. Yeah, maybe I could stealth with what do they call that? The radar tower or something? Not that. Not that big one. That big red light one. Right there. I mean the radar one, the one spot or something. That guy is missile. Sounds. I've seen lots of it. But I don't know what its name is.
asleep at this rate.
I'm so tired of standing around.
If only I had a strawberry matcha right now. I'm gonna fall asleep at this rate.
I wish I could sit down.
What's making that sound?
I'm hit!
How did he not see that?
So boring these days. Are they ever gonna attack us?
Contact!
I wish I could sit down. Are they ever gonna attack us? I'm so tired of standing around. So boring these days. Are they ever gonna attack us?
Yes, I'm definitely done. Crazy is that I only have to use one. It didn't even freaking work. This is crazy.
What was that noise? Contact front!
It's such a nice day.
What the?
Be prepared. They're close to our position. HQ, come in. We've got intruders. Send backup.
They're nearby. Base, we need reinforcements.
So basically, I got no clip into the damn war. I don't know how to get out here now. Well, great game so far. I did not think that I would.
They're nearby. Big base. Blunder attack. It's great, wasn't it? Dying like that. Well, good thing I wouldn't have to deal with them anymore because of that glitch. When all of the VIPs on the mountains were cleared, the others in that place would get wiped out. Only the objective left. There's a catch. That objectives would not wait for you. It's gonna go explode instead. Which is kind of a thing, but not as bad as I think about it. It put into perspective. We are done with it. I'm gonna go steal the bunker 4, then we are done. We are freaking done with it. We are going to fort. We have nothing left. If that's what I think about. But hey, at least we have come so far. One day. I guess I did not joke about the fact that we can accomplish this when you experience. Let's hope that. I just hope that. Whoa. Wait, they patched it. What? God damn it, they patched it. It got patched. That sucks. Well, first thing first. Objective.
medic! I need a medic!
Too late. I'm just gonna go and complete what's left here. Now this is interesting. I've never got this situation. I guess that's what the private server will give you when you do it solo. Just because of I think that the glitch is still on, so I reset, but I guess not. But in that moment when you got stuck, you would die anyway. So how unfortunate. I still have some questions. Most of it is about the fact that how can why is my game lagging out so much? Was it because of the recorder? It's been going on for like 5 freaking hours.
PlayStation nếu mà các đến cùng như vậy phải số được 1.2 triệu chưa bao giờ có gì một cái mà trong 1.2 triệu là được có important updates news on physical risk of the new games news on PlayStation Store đến và đến về là series quá trình sản xuất đĩa vật lý sẽ kết thúc vào tháng 2028 cho các trò chơi mới phát hành trên mặt và trên máy tay cầm để bán PlayStation. Nốt ra là chúng tôi mong rằng sẽ không nghĩa đến vật lý nữa, gỡ bỏ đây là vật lý để trả lời cho những cái trend đang thay đổi từ phía người tiêu dùng. Cũng thêm mới ra mắt các phụ kiện sẽ ra mắt trong PlayStation Store và các vấn đề sẽ được bán có sự định dạng ví dụ số lý hoặc là lý hơn do sở thích của người dùng để đánh giá trị chung nhất là tiếp tục chuyển vì sản phẩm số bên sản xuất nhất cho chơi vật lý cho tất cả các trò chơi phát hành trên hệ thống và trên hệ thống máy chơi game PlayStation sẽ được hoạt động cả vào năm 2018 để đi sau đó các trò chơi mới sẽ xuất hiện trên hệ thống vấn đề sẽ chỉ trên PlayStation Store và để đánh giá số quá trình chuyển đổi các trò chơi này đến trong phải sắp hành trước năm 2015 đây là một thông tin đầu tiên để Sony Direct mình sẽ bắt đầu trên trong năm 2018 để Sony Direct và chương trình để Sony kết nối tiếp chuyển động là này vẫn là để có các chương trình đó sẽ học thêm thì trên số này số các PlayStation mới sẽ không có cái chỗ nhận đĩa nữa cho nên thì cái này nghĩ là sử dụng trên cả bên phía và không chỉ đơn giản là chúng ta không có một cái link ở cái bản thân thì trên cái bình thường đấy là cái gọi là trên cái về chuyện quyền khi bạn bỏ ra đấy thì là cái quyền sử dụng hay là quyền sở hữu và nếu gọi bỏ ra để một quyền sử dụng ấy, thì cái nguy cơ về chuyện về bên nhà phát hành để cấm bạn và các bạn bỏ tiền ra rồi người ta có thể cấm bạn không sử dụng không bắt buộc nếu người ta muốn thì đâu là làm danh và thì đây là giống như kiểu là cái tiền lệ đầu tiên mà người ta tiền lệ đầu tiên nên người ta sẽ lo ngại cái đấy để là không sử dụng cái gì black barrier của nhau như cứ tất cả những là apparently quyền chơi game sur Steam yes ra ấy, thì cái quyền mà bên PlayStation cung cấp cho các bạn ấy trong sự như thế này nó đã là quyền chơi rồi chứ không phải là quyền sử dụng chứ không phải là quyền sử dụng cái chuyện phàn nàn về chuyện không còn kiếm đĩa nữa ấy thì không phải là cái chính lắm cách của bao nhiêu bạn đang chơi game cách thật mà nói ra như thế thì bao nhiêu người thực sự còn chơi game đĩa hay đa phần chỉ là sự tầm tổ tức là vẫn còn nhưng không phải nhiều nên là anh ở cái góc độ gọi là easy thì nó không hẳn là một điều không có lý thật sự là như vậy người ta sẽ cắt được một cái khoản tiền bên PlayStation sẽ cắt được bên Sony sẽ cắt được một khoản tiền để sản xuất ra sản phẩm vật lý và sản xuất ra cái đầu đập đĩa trong cái máy PC game này rồi bây giờ người ta cắt đi rồi thì nó sẽ giảm cái lượng tiền cao hợp lý về mặt PC game thì cái mà chúng tôi kỳ đối là và định với những cái thay đổi như thế với cái chuyện này thì người ta chấp nhận là từ đây về sau ấy sản phẩm này sẽ chỉ 100% sẽ chỉ là quyền sở quyền sử dụng quyền sở hữu thì phải có cái gì đảm bảo cho họ cái quyền lực họ không bị đe dọa đâu làm sao người ta biết được quyền lực họ bỏ tiền ra để quyền sử dụng game đấy sau đấy thì PlayStation này gọi là ta cho chơi được cách
Guess I was worried for nothing.
cái mã cái số ấy để tải game đấy cho các bạn để các bạn làm sao trong khi cái luật này những cái guideline những cái policy của nó thay đổi lắm hết làm sao biết được
Prepare to close to us. HQ, come in. We got intruders. Set back up.
trong cái policy đấy có một số hành động bạn tự làm
Oh, what is there someone here? Damn it.
rất là chuyện là 2 triệu và 99% là chửi 99% người ta đang chửi
Reading,
100 đô là người sống không sở người chơi không sở hữu gì something retarded weird shit at it right don't be ra nhiều cây có bình luận dưới này luôn makes about as much sense as the chart changing the digital pizza Sony Xbox sử dụng kiện rồi không biết là này kéo xào nhau rồi cái gì nó làm nhau thôi anh một số cái tốt khác của nó đây it's now clear that now they have the physical net game this in 2018 so you want a fully digital future where you don't know and what you buy vài ngày trước thì Sony được
hear gunshots. Base, we're under attack. Multiple gunshots heard. One hit!
I really hope all y'all to die. Oh my god. Oh my, in game, yeah. It would not be considered a death threat. Just hope so. My humor is broken, bro. Mentality. My mentality is broken too. Oh my. Isn't it funny to do this? It's so funny. Come on.
Vì cái quyết định này, cái quyết định gọi là xử lý, cái người ta sợ ấy không phải là mất cái điểm vật lý, mà người ta sợ cái chuyện là nó ám chỉ điều gì, cái gì sẽ đến sau khi cái gì tổn thương và không là đến anime thì các như là bài viết chất lượng và chỉ chuyển lại cái tổn lại của mình nữa, cái tổn lại của mình các cái công ty là công ty tổng hóa những cái điện tích công ty cũng là công ty đằng sau hay sau cái sự vì sao
Gus.
Điện tử ấy, nó là cái này này, nó là cái này, đây là cái ví dụ điển hình nhất này. BMW, cái hãng xe BMW ra subscription cho những cái feature trong cái xe của nó như là
I could really go for Grab right now.
hay là trên Tesla là có từng cái chính phủ cần phải đưa ra luật để regulate nó. Tại sao các bạn bỏ tiền ra mua cái xe ô tô quảng cáo cơ chế là hợp thuế, quảng cáo là có cơ chế tự động lái, các bạn phải bỏ thêm tiền để mua những cái feature này? What the fuck is this? Đấy, hay là cái tủ lạnh thông minh các bạn phải bỏ thêm tiền mua subscription để nó thông minh. Thế thì nó có phải là tủ lạnh thông minh không? Hay là cái gì? Hay là tủ lạnh bình thường? Hay là sau này là TV chẳng hạn? Cái TV thông minh của smart TV có tích hợp giọng nói chẳng hạn, nhận giọng nói chẳng hạn. Các bạn phải trả thêm tiền
Really, I had a strawberry matcha right now.
để sử dụng cái feature đấy. Là cái gì? Đấy, đâu là điểm dừng đúng không? Đâu là điểm dừng? Sau này nó phải các bạn bắt phải trả tiền subscription để mở được cửa xe thì làm sao được? Để gọi là có chế độ radio chẳng hạn, đi dạo. Đâu là điểm dừng? Nó phải có một cái luật liên quan đến bảo vệ luật. Đấy là cái quan trọng để mở xe. Tất cả mọi thứ là EA hóa. Yep. Like Clash, đây là một số cái
That guy just fell over.
ở phía server thì sắp là bình thường và phải có tiền từ trị server.
That's 4 more hours on my
Nếu
shift.
bạn bán một cái xe ô tô có cơ chế tự động lái, quảng cáo của nó, cái selling point là tự động lái thì nó phải được tự động lái, bạn không phải trả thêm tiền để nó tự động lái được, trả thêm tiền hàng tháng là sao? Thì bạn bán xe bình thường thôi, còn cái dịch vụ đấy thì là bán riêng chứ, đúng không? Thế sau này tôi bảo là phí các bạn lái ô tô
I'm
phải
gonna
trả
fall asleep at this rate.
cái làm đóng ghế là một cái thứ mà cần phải xả nên là các bạn phải trả thêm tiền là sao? Là kiểu gì, đúng không? Hay là camera, đúng không? Dùng camera 3D ấy, kiểu camera hành trình, nó có rất nhiều thứ để có thể đặt ở sau đây luôn. Nó có thể tìm một lý do để justify cho mình.
Only 4 more hours on my shift.
Xem kèm là EA chỉ là thằng đầu tiên mà chúng tôi chọn một phần. PlayStation đã không đăng gì trong trên social media trong suốt năm ngày vừa rồi sau cái backlash rồi về ông thông báo về các cái sản phẩm về PlayStation Plus họ sẽ có 60% sale. Có vẻ như là rất nhiều cái commenting note đang bị xóa trên cái bài đăng này của PlayStation.
HQ, come in. Somebody's down.
Trước thì ok nhưng quảng cáo bạn không cập nhật vào điện thoại kết nối SOS 24 trên 7 lại bắt subscription. Nó không nhầm nhé là
We've got intruders. I've got eyes on him.
Oh wow, I'm so dead. Man, this is so frustrating. Well, great. There we go again.
Đấy mới là cái người ta đang sợ, đấy mới là cái người ta dùng phải sợ. Nếu một nghèo đấy nhá, các bạn sẽ phải trả subscription cho rất nhiều thứ hàng tháng. Các bạn sẽ không sở hữu một cái gì cả. Các bạn chỉ có cái quyền để sử dụng nó rồi, bỏ tiền ra để có quyền sử dụng nó, còn không sở hữu một cái gì cả. Thế giới là tài sản, chẳng sở hữu một cái tài sản cả, hay là tiêu sản chẳng sử dụng, chẳng sở hữu đấy. Thì không phải là cái mà chúng ta đang trải nghiệm từ cái sự chuyện này. What is this? Không sao cho được thì nó sẽ cho lên that's the problem. Mọi thứ sẽ được chuyển dịch sang cái mô hình subscription chứ không phải là subscription. Quyền sử dụng nhà vệ sinh có thể đã sử dụng với subscription. Cái xe đạp các bạn đến cái địa điểm của cái xe đạp đấy để
Why would we have to be freaking frame freeze in the damn moment? Why is it Man, I'm crashing out.
Yes, anyway, tôi nghĩ là vụ này dừng lại tại đây được rồi. Alright.
Even stealth mode, like my laptop cannot handle the stealth mode. Then what about the freaking red ones? Man, you can't even play, bro. Shit. Hell.
Theo dự báo, dân số Hà Nội sẽ tăng trưởng nhanh chóng và có thể đạt tới 20 triệu dân trong năm 2065. Nhìn một Hà Nội với 8 triệu dân vào năm 2026 đã quá tải. Vậy khi đạt gốc 20 triệu, cái chuyện sẽ thế nào? Vì vậy, quy hoạch không thể chỉ xoay quanh vài vùng trung tâm. Hà Nội phải được đặt trong một không gian lớn hơn, để các khu vực bên ngoài và các tỉnh lân cận phát triển để chia tải cho vùng lõi. Theo đơn giản là trung tâm dẫn dắt, nhưng người dân nhiều nơi đủ tốt để sống và làm việc và cũng bắt đầu rồi với ngoài nội đô đều có Mê Linh, Anh và Sóc Sơn gắn với cái sân bay Nội Bài, logistics, công nghiệp công nghệ cao và kinh tế đối ngoại. Bảo tàng được đặt vào vai trò trung tâm khoa học, công nghệ và đổi mới sáng tạo. Tự tin, xuyên, cho hỗ trợ, tiếp vận và kết nối với sân bay thứ hai của vùng thủ đô. Tại mỗi trung tâm thì dịch vụ, nhà ở, trường học, bệnh viện đều đầy đủ, không kém gì so với nội đô. Như vậy, người dân hoàn toàn có thể an cư trong một khu vực cố định, giảm tải áp lực cho vùng lõi. Nhưng Hà Nội không có nhiều đất trống, vì vậy phải khai thác nhiều lớp không gian cùng lúc. Bên dưới mặt đất là metro, bãi đỗ xe ngầm, đường đi bộ, không gian thương mại và các công trình điều tiết nước ngầm. Trên mặt đất là đường phố, công viên, quảng trường, trường học, bệnh viện, khu dân cư và các hoạt động hàng ngày. Phía trên cao là đường sắt đô thị, cầu cảng và các tuyến kết nối mới. Trong trường hợp này, các lớp không gian được nối với nhau thành một hệ thống. Một ga metro phải được kết nối với xe buýt, bãi đỗ xe, đường đi bộ, khu dân cư, trường học, bệnh viện và nơi làm việc. Vậy nên, Hà Nội định hướng metro và các ga sẽ trở thành xương sống của quy hoạch. Mục tiêu dài hạn là hoàn thiện mạng lưới khoảng 1.200 km vào năm 2065. Bởi một thành phố đa trung tâm không thể tiếp tục dựa chủ yếu vào xe máy và ô tô cá nhân. Mỗi người dân sống ở các cực người và phải được di chuyển nhanh, rẻ và ổn định. Nếu không, Hoa Lăng, Đông Anh, Mê Linh hay Thường Tín vẫn chỉ là những khu vực xa xôi bất tiện, chứ chưa thể trở thành các trung tâm mới ưu tiên. Đi cùng với đó là mô hình TOD, tức là đô thị quanh các ga giao thông công cộng. Trong mô hình này, nhà ở, văn phòng, trường học, bệnh viện và dịch vụ gần các điểm trung chuyển lớn. Khi đó, nhà ga có một điểm kết nối điện lớn, giúp giảm phụ thuộc vào phương tiện cá nhân. Nhưng điểm đặc biệt nhất trong các quy hoạch được biết đến sông Hồng. Trong quy hoạch mới, sông Hồng được đặt vào vai trò cảnh quan sinh thái, văn hóa và đô thị chủ đạo. Nơi đây được kỳ vọng sẽ trở thành trung tâm của cảnh quan sông Hồng với diện tích nhạy cảm. Phạm vi triển khai dự án có thể ảnh hưởng tới hơn 70.000 hộ dân. Tổng mức tiền thành phố cảnh đầu tư tới 85.000 căn hộ và lô đất tái định cư. Đây là một phần lớn được ngăn cản đã bền vững. Có thể thấy quy hoạch 100 năm không phải là tập hợp của vài dự án riêng lẻ. Nó là nỗ lực thay đổi cấu trúc của Hà Nội. Nhưng tái thiết một thành phố 8 triệu dân chưa bao giờ là điều đơn giản. Nó động trực tiếp đến nhà cửa, sinh kế và thói quen. Vậy tại sao Hà Nội những trung tâm đã bị xây lại thay vì tiếp tục sửa nhỏ làm từng phần như trước? Câu trả lời nằm ở chính cách Hà Nội đã phát triển trong nhiều năm. Khi một thành phố còn nhỏ, việc sửa vài đoạn
It's unplayable.
mở từng nút giao hay cải tạo các khu dân cư để đem lại hiệu quả rõ rệt.
Playable.
Tất cả
Oh my.
một mắt xích quá tải là đủ để làm ảnh hưởng toàn bộ khu vực. Ví dụ, một con đường được mở rộng để có thể giúp giao thông thuận lợi hơn trong vài năm. Nhưng nếu hai bên đường tiếp tục mọc thêm chung cư, văn phòng và trung tâm thương mại, thì lượng người và phương tiện sẽ tăng lên rất nhanh. Khi đó, con đường vừa được mở lại rơi vào tình trạng quá tải. Chương trình là một ví dụ. Thành phố đã chi hơn 2.500 tỷ đồng để mở rộng gấp 3 lần. Chưa kể sau đó còn xây thêm đường vành đai 2 chạy dọc bên trên để chia tách dòng xe lên cạnh. Điều này lại được dùng đặc biệt là tại nút giao ngã tư Sở để toàn bộ lưu lượng xe dồn lại.
Hey.
Đây là điểm yếu lớn nhất của cách làm mình. Nó chỉ được xử lý phần ngọn, chứ chưa can thiệp được vào gốc rễ vấn đề. Hiệu quả kinh tế của cách làm này không cao. 5 đến 10 năm sau khi cải tạo nhỏ lẻ, thành phố sẽ phải trải qua quy trình đó thêm một lần nữa. Và các cải tạo lý do khác là nhu cầu của cư dân đang thay đổi. Nhận nhà nhỏ, ngõ hẹp, nhiều bãi đỗ xe hoặc ít không gian xanh, miễn là gần trung tâm và thuận tiện đi lại. Nhưng khi chất lượng cuộc sống ngày càng được coi trọng, những hạ tầng cũ bắt đầu bộc lộ giới hạn.
Bị đột nóng, xong hết mưa, kim con lắc rơi xuống, đó, rơi vào rất là nguy hiểm.
Chưa kể, cách sửa đổi về nguồn điều khiến cho đất đai bị sử dụng thiếu nhất quán. Trong nhiều năm, khi một nhà máy, xí nghiệp hoặc khu đất lớn trong nội đô được di rời, phần đất ấy thường trở thành khối phát triển bất động sản. chuyển đổi chỉ được xét theo từng dự án riêng lẻ sẽ rất dễ xảy ra tình trạng cao ốc mọc lên trước, còn đường xá, trường học, công viên và tận xã hội lại đi sau. Kết quả là thành phố mất đi những quỹ đất hiếm hoi có thể dùng cho công tác công cộng, trong khi áp lực dân số tại khu vực đó tiếp tục tăng lên. Đường Lê Văn Lương là một ví dụ điển hình. Con đường này chỉ dài chưa tới 2 km, nhưng phải cõng trên lưng tới 33 dự án chung cư cao tầng. Đường Nguyễn Tuấn cũng cho thấy một vấn đề tương tự. Trên con đường chỉ khoảng 1 km, có tới 3 là dự án cao ốc. Đây chính là khoảng đất trống khi xí nghiệp xe buýt, nhà máy xe và nhà máy xe đạp điện sinh ra. Công tác công cộng và trường học chung cho các giao thông. Chẳng kể việc cải tạo mạnh để khi nào tận điểm kiểm soát là chúng ta phải về trả. Đây là khu đất của nhà máy dây thủy tinh có 36 hectare đất cải tạo về trả. Một trong những khu đất có giá trị rất lớn trong nội đô. Cuối năm 2025, Hà Nội thoái gần 69% vốn tại dây thủy tinh. Ngay sau đó, Vinaconex là một cổ phiếu hai lần với tổng 18,5% vốn của quỹ đất. Nhưng đáng chú ý nhất là ở lần giao dịch thứ hai, Vinaconex mua vào với giá trị 10.000 đồng một đơn vị, thấp hơn rất nhiều so với giá trị sàn thời điểm đó. Từ đấy, họ cũng biết tham gia sâu vào tương lai của đất 27 Nguyễn Trãi. Khu đất này sau đó được định vị phát triển thành tổ hợp nhà ở thương mại, văn phòng, dịch vụ và trường học liên cấp. Quy mô của dự án lên tới 10.000 tỷ đồng. Như vậy, xây Thượng Đình là cánh cửa giúp một doanh nghiệp tư nhân nắm quyền trong sự sự đó. Đó chính là rủi ro của cách phát triển mạnh mẽ. Mỗi khu đất lớn trong nội đô chỉ có một đất để quyết định tương lai. Nếu dùng đất vàng để làm nhà ở, thành phố sẽ mất luôn cơ hội tạo ra công viên, trường học, bãi đỗ xe hoặc hạ tầng công cộng cho nhiều thế hệ sau. Khi đất đai, dân số, giao thông và hạ tầng được vượt vào một nút thắt, mọi quyết định nhỏ có thể tạo ra hiệu quả rất lớn. Nhưng Hà Nội không phải là thành phố đầu tiên đối mặt với bài toán này. Trên thế giới, nhiều siêu đô thị cũng từng phải tái thiết để thoát khỏi quá tải, và mỗi nơi đã chọn một cách rất khác nhau. Nếu nói về tái thiết đô thị thì Nhật Bản là một trường hợp tiêu biểu. Nhật Bản cũng đi theo mô hình xây dựng đô thị quanh trục giao thông công cộng như cách Việt Nam đang hướng tới. Đầu tiên, các công ty đường sắt tư nhân đã mua lại đất nông nghiệp từ người dân để xây dựng đường xá, trung tâm thương mại, nhà ở và dịch vụ quanh nhà ga. Sau như vậy, họ có thể nhận lại mảnh đất nhỏ hơn, nhưng giá trị tài sản lại tăng lên như hạ tầng đồng bộ. Cách làm này giúp ngăn chặn tình trạng đô thị hóa mạnh ở vùng ven, tạo ra nguồn tài chính để xây dựng hạ tầng công cộng. Đến cuối năm tài chính 2006, Nhật Bản đã thực hiện điều chỉnh đất đai trên 33% diện tích đất đô thị hóa của cả nước. Tuy nhiên, Tama New Town, một khu đô thị đến năm 2004, dân số tại đây giảm trong mục tiêu. Nhiều cư dân phản ánh rằng nơi đây thiếu sự gắn kết cộng đồng và xã hội. Kết quả là nhiều người dân lại quyết định chuyển về nội đô Tokyo để tìm kiếm thêm cơ hội. Nhật Bản là minh chứng cho việc người dân sẵn sàng sinh sống ở khu đô thị mới nếu thấy có khả năng đi lại thuận tiện, kiếm sống ổn định và muốn gắn bó lâu dài. Không chỉ Nhật Bản, Hàn Quốc cũng có chính sách tương tự. Từ năm 1988 đến 1992,
Holy